For the Lysander children, their first change was physical. They tasted the blood of the embrace and became vampires. What they didn't understand is that that was merely the first step, the first embrace. The second embrace is when they truly become kindred, when they are initiated. And after some time, the Lysanders have been brought into their second embrace. They understand the masquerade and the secret life that they must maintain under the watchful eye of the Camarilla. But the Lysanders face a unique burden that not all kindred face. They must uphold this masquerade while having their own faces sprawled across the business headlines and running their family business, keeping it together for as long as they can. From their first Elysium to now, the Lysander children have learned much about the landscape of their new unlives in the city of Chicago. With all the riches, power, and influence they have at their disposal, in some ways, they've also learned that money is not always power. You can't simply buy a park. You can't buy the quietness of someone who has their own value and goals and plans. You can't buy your way to the top. No, there is a different power at play here. While that lesson may linger in their minds, there is still much to learn. What lies beyond their material riches is their bloodline. The bloodline that has allowed each to have unique and influential sires, that has allowed them the special privileges that not every coterie receives. But how long until this bloodline is threatened? Perhaps it is already being threatened by another bloodline that runs just as deep as the Lysanders. The Camarilla, the Anarchs, and the Lupine now all move across the chessboard, but many secrets have yet to be uncovered, and many uncertainties still lie ahead. We begin our evening with Dorian and Silas Jr., who were ending their own evening at Ethos Investment Properties after having a discussion with Fen, the Lupine, making some deals and agreements with him. They also needed to talk to their dad about this new idea, this new pitch they have to sell him on this drug that could be used as a sort of combat stim for the military, something that they've learned from their recent discoveries with the Garou and where it ultimately lies. So Dorian, Silas, the two of you are in that elevator. There's a more common elevator that most of the employees at EIP use, but you all have a more private elevator that takes you straight up to the executive offices of EIP. The two of you stand on that elevator, descending up. Is there anything you want to say or prepare before you head to see your father?
Do you want to lead this? You're much better at talking to him than I am.
Yeah, I don't blow up at every little thing he says. Yeah. Look, it's fine. I get it.
Still sour over last night or the other night.
Look, we gotta work together, all right?
And we all work together, Dorian.
I don't know how Dad's gonna take this.
We have to tell him about the lupine.
I feel like we should take this to the prince.
We should take it to Dad first.
I know, but I feel like that's what we should suggest. I don't know if that's what he's going to want to do. But I'm worried.
What are you worried about?
I don't want there to be a war.
There won't be a war. We squashed it. For now.
Okay.
Isn't that what happens with every war? It's just a for now.
I don't know, Silas. You know, you might feel different if you had kids.
Why are you bringing your kids into this?
Why wouldn't I?
Your kids are
I mean,
fine.
you heard Jacques talk about what the last war was like.
Yeah, and it's, from what I've seen, it's our responsibility to make sure this doesn't happen.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
You know
good.
he can. He'll know when you're nervous.
I'm not nervous.
Okay.
And the two of you continue. Ding, the bell goes on the 51st floor of EIP. You make your way into the executive offices, passing your own office, Dorian, and the many others of various board members and stakeholders.
Whoops. My bad. No idea why I did that.
Father looks,
Hovering.
and you see his eye staring at you. Somebody clip that. That was funny. Okay, back into character. You make your way past the various other offices, and at the very end of the hall, you see your father's executive suite. The 3 couches where he has his meetings, the table in the back with the decanter, and many other fine pleasantries for guests that he has to talk to. And he sits at his desk, reviewing paperwork.
Dad?
Usually I see just one of my sons in the evening. Now I see both of them. This must be a special occasion.
Well, you know, I hope you're happy to see us. Your 2 sons.
Yes, of course. I'm happy to see my sons. Silas only comes in here for reasons, though. So,
There's been a development.
a development.
We were visited again by Fen.
Fen.
We
Did
told
you
him
guys-
nothing.
Did we
We've
not?
told
Yeah,
him
I was about
nothing
to
about
say.
werewolves.
Did we not
I
mention the
was like-
werewolves at all to him?
That is why I said, should we
Fen.
mention the lupine? He
Whoa.
has no
Now-
idea.
Fen.
Then I'm gonna say we've been visited by werewolves.
Werewolves. Where?
Yeah. Remember the
Wait.
problem that we were meant to deal with for the prince.
The problem of getting a park. Yes.
And there was a werewolf, a wolf problem we had to take care of. You got us in touch with that animal control.
Yes, right. The werewolves. Okay. And you encountered one, is what you're saying? Son, do you know the dangers of lupine? Do you know Chicago was in a whole war against werewolves many years ago, where many, many kindred died at the hands of those beasts? And you said you encountered one. We were met with werewolves. Is that the words you used?
We haven't been completely forthcoming with you.
Oh,
We've been working with them.
working with them.
Look, it's not. I didn't think it was the smartest idea, but it's what we decided to do as a family.
I don't understand. my children are working with lupine? Is this all of you? Is that why Silas is here? Was it his idea? Was it your idea?
Yes, it was my idea.
Why am I not surprised?
We all agreed to it. Jacques was
And
there.
Willow as well? And Jacques was brought into this? And he didn't tell me. Was Jacques with you too during this lupine encounter?
Which one?
I mean,
Which one?
Dad,
Dorian, just fucking tell him.
I'm trying to. Okay. We learned things. All right. There's
Yeah,
some
I've
kind of
noticed.
conspiracy involving the Bartletts. Kaden has been creating some kind of serum, something that makes these wolves go mad. And we worked with them to prevent violence. And so far, it has worked. So far, we have not had a problem.
And
It takes-
Silas will take one of the manila folders that are under his arm and put it in front of Silas Sr. I've synthesized this serum and have concocted a sort of antidote to make the werewolves unaffected by it, essentially. Realistically, I'd like to think I saved them.
Oh. Would you like a medal for that, son?
I would love one.
Saving lupine.
How
about saving our own kind from them?
Preventing a war, Father. That's how I'd like to look at it.
You know, we were in some pretty tight spots, and if we hadn't made those deals, maybe some of us might not be here right now.
My children had to be the ones to make a deal with lupine.
Well, Dad, I mean, that's one of the few things you taught us, how to make a deal.
Yes. But you had to find the dredges. What's next? You made deals with those anarchs too?
Oh, God, no.
Well, fine. He opens the manila envelope. So what is it that this is going to do for us?
Well, that's the antidote. This one, however, second folder, using the serum that was found on the lupine themselves, I think I have a way to create a new drug out of this serum. Some sort of stimulant. However, it's hardcore, if I can be so blunt. I was thinking military uses. I'm sure you have your contacts.
It could help us.
I see.
Look, just because, yes, it needs human trials, it needs FDA approval, the notion of Vital having a contract with the government, that's big bucks. It's a lot of money.
It is. It's not a bad
So-
idea. You're right. Military is money. And the military, we also might be able to forego some normal procedures we'd have to go through with the drug that was available to the public. If we can sell it to the military well enough, they may push it up in the line, and we can get it done quick.
I don't know side effects. Hell, I don't even know. I don't even know if a human will be able to withstand it. However, with the data and the synthesis that was involved, the dots connect.
And we can make it better. I mean,
Yeah,
we just
yeah,
have to
I mean-
sell the idea right now,
I mean,
right?
yeah, I mean, this was 48 hours. I know I had 3 weeks, but I did this in 48 hours.
You did. I'm impressed. I didn't think you would do it. But you came with something, and you came with a good pitch. Both of you. Despite some of the uncouth ways that you might have gotten here, this is a solid plan. Yes, I think we might be able to arrange a meeting. I know somebody who works out of the Pentagon. General Singer, Eric Singer. He's in and out of Chicago and Illinois in general. He'll be here in a couple of nights. You guys can meet with him. Sell this drug.
Ooh.
I didn't make the drug, son. So you're the expert. You and Dorian, that's his whole job at this company, is to sell things to people. So, the two of you can do it.
That won't be a problem. He's just
Happy to
a
explain
human, right?
Yes, he is just kind. It'll be fine. I trust it won't take very long. Military, they don't think too deep into it. Sell him on a powerful drug that'll make his guys great. You should be good.
But just one thing, Dad. Just one thing that's kind of in the back of my head here. What if Kaden is working with the Camarilla? I mean, what's his plan here? What he's doing seems crazy, like he's flirting with war. But what if that's what he's supposed to be doing?
He most certainly is, son. Kaden may be deeper in the inner circles than we are.
So, shouldn't we maybe, I don't know, tell the prince? You know?
I fear if you tell the prince, it might not go well. You're right, he is playing a dangerous game. Testing, doing things on lupine. That is extremely dangerous. But Jackson may already know, for all we know. I've never heard anything of this. It concerns me that I haven't.
I just want to bring up one thing, that the original mission from Prince Jackson to get the park in Wrigleyville
Yes.
we had to get this information from the Anarchs. Anita,
Yes.
she said that's her name, right? Anita?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Anita said something about a werewolf killing someone very important to her. What if this isn't starting a war, but weaponizing werewolves against Anarchs? The first attack was targeted. There's no reason for a werewolf to be in Wrigleyville, let alone the city proper. And the fact that we find this syringe... Oh, my apologies, I forgot. It's some sort of biomechanical device that injects serum into the werewolf's arm on command. We found one of those as well. It was almost like a hit on this Anarch person via werewolf. So while you might not like the Anarchs, the enemy of my enemy is truly my friend, is it not?
Maybe we should find out who was killed.
She was very vague on that. Anything through the grapevine that you've heard, Father?
From what I know, back in the War of Chicago, it was a war. I'm not going to get into too much of the details, but essentially it was a war of lupine and kindred. And yes, there was a time where Anarchs and Camarilla might have even worked together against lupine. Anita, she had a relationship with her sire. They were lovers.
You knew her? Them?
I know of her. Not really friends. But I heard the story of her lover getting killed.
When did that happen? During the war?
War of Chicago. One sec. VTM.
1993.
Thank you, Jacques. I'm like, George is now my history man on VTM stuff. Like, he remembers these dates and stuff. It was right when Silas Jr. was born, 1993. I think that's when you were born.
94. That was when he was conceived.
Got my dates wrong.
Why do you know? Why do you know the conceived date, Jacques? Yeah, what the
I mean,
Well, I guess everybody knows the conceived
I know
date.
your birthday minus
Aren't you a
9
doctor?
months. It's not a rocket. You're a doctor. You should know this.
Oh boy.
Sorry, that was good.
Yeah.
Jacques just pulls in the room, like, with our history.
Obfuscating
Don't
through
forget
the walls.
Silas.
Yeah.
He was
I
born
was
in
here the
94.
entire time.
I do want to shout out, George actually started building he completed a Lysander family tree, so he does know the dates quite well.
I want to see my family tree.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
When you're older.
So,
But that doesn't make sense, Father. She spoke as if someone else close to her was killed recently, like within the past year.
That's what it felt like.
maybe it's
This
one
was-
of her other Anarch buddies.
Willow, what are you doing here?
Willow, get out of here.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, sorry.
But
There you
Dad,
go.
I mean, you have anything like research on them? Any information?
Information on who? The Anarchs? No, I don't keep personal tabs on them. I could care less about them. They're the lowest priority on my to-do list for the Camarilla is dealing with Anarchs.
Father, you couldn't care less.
Thank you, son.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Chris! Was I not talking about how I messed it? That was fine.
No, that was Silas being a dick, by the way. That was
That was Tracy not knowing proper
Oh.
grammar. By the way, chat, being a storyteller now, I've noticed a lot of things I say wrong. And
Yeah, it's not
somebody always points it out. Like when I said rescind the vote and it's I said resign the vote.
You said
You said
resign.
resign.
I said
Yeah.
resign the vote, and everybody was like, by the way, it's rescind. And I was like, oh.
Don't worry. It's
So
no big deal.
I'm just fun thing I'm pointing out. Anyway, I couldn't care less, boy.
So why not? What is stopping us from going to Anita and getting more information?
Well, I think that's our next move. Right?
What do you want more information for?
I don't know, just to make sure we're not walking into some minefield. I mean,
Look, the Anarchs are not should not be on our radar. Okay, what should be on our radar is Bartlett.
What should be on our radar is 9-month-old kindred being sent to deal with Anarchs and Lupine. Does this not sound weird to you, Father?
it sounds...
Have you ever heard of this before?
A lot of times, most kindred your age don't live to see 9 months because they get killed by something stupid and foolish. That's why not many people sire and embrace these days, is because licks like yourself never make it past your first few nights. You're lucky you've made it this far. And the fact that you've done this much this far is impressive, and it's probably only because you're Lysanders.
So what's the next step?
Well, do you have confirmation from the Anarchs, at least, that this park has been dealt with? Go bring that information to Jackson. Get that job done. You don't have to tell him about all the intricacies of the lupine and all of the bad blood between the Anarchs. And don't bring up Bartlett. Just get your job done, get the check mark, and we'll deal with the rest.
Sounds good to me.
All right. All right.
Anything else that you need, Father?
No. Report back in a few nights to have that meeting with Singer.
Okay.
All
And the
right,
two
let's
of
go.
you take your leave.
Come on, Dorian.
As we like leave, you know, and we're out of earshot from him, like well down in the elevator. I mean, I always thought the old man was out of touch, but like, what the fuck?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, look, you know, I'm not saying the Anarchs are something we need to like worry about, but he's dismissing them like they're nothing. I mean, that feels stupid, right?
It's not stupid, but it's also not worth our time. Using them for our goals, what matters, and using them for our needs is paramount.
This feels off. Like you said,
Yeah, of
this feels
course.
weird. This feels weird.
Yes, it feels.
And
off.
it feels like Dad is marching us right into some kind of trap. And it could be really useful to have allies outside of the Camarilla.
That's calling them allies is a big ask. Allies of convenience, maybe, but
Whatever you want to call it. If the prince is involved in this, I mean, you
then
saw how
there's
they...
nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. Just like in real life and business doings, sometimes you gotta just accept defeat. If the prince is involved and the prince knows this, like, what are we gonna do? Go to war against the prince?
I don't know, but we should at least know what we're walking into. As much as we can. And it just wouldn't hurt to have somebody that might be willing to fight for us.
The anarchs will fight for what they want to fight for. And it won't be for us.
All we gotta do is offer them something they want as badly as we need their help. That's every deal. That's all we gotta do. We can do that. Shit, if we can't do that, if we can't figure out something that the Anarchs want.
You already gave them a new feeding ground. Or a new park. I guess it's not a feeding ground, but...
Speaking of Anarchs, Willow.
Oh my god, yeah.
If you guys had a little more to say, it might
No,
be
we're
some
good.
things you want to discuss with your sister at some point. But perhaps this is something that will be of note to you all. As Willow, you have been laying low tonight, as the last night or two has been a bit rough for you. But as you are sitting, you get a bzz on your phone, a text from Adder.
Okay.
Ooh.
What's it say?
You look and it's yes.
Wait, let me zoom
You
that
check.
so I can't see that. Talk to Anita.
Little snake emoji next to his name.
That's exactly what she wants more on KB.
So it
Those are
reads-
both from him?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. I realized I did it like you were both talking.
No, you're good.
Talk to Anita. She's going to lay off the Wrigleyville Park. She wants more info on KB. Let me know where I can help.
Love that. So have I made my delivery yet?
Your delivery is...
Oh, I could just ask him.
Yes, you ask him and he says, Anita got them, ...
Oh, well, she'll kind of... Did you get what I sent for you, though? And she'll send a heart.
Oh. He replies, yes. Good thing I have a motorcycle license. And sends a heart back.
Okay, good. The Anarchs have what I want them to have, then. All it cost was an undisclosed amount of money.
Which is probably not much for a
It's no
Lysander.
money.
The three of you eventually reconvene for the evening.
Perfect.
And Jacques is also at the house. Whether you want to discuss things with him is up to you all, or if you'd like to discuss amongst yourselves, you all reconvene at the house while your father remains at the office.
Whoop, one sec. Go ahead.
There are two of
What's
me
going
on
on with
screen.
these tonight, George?
I'm struggling.
We're just struggling tonight. Hi.
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 You all look grim and gloomy.
You know how talks with Dad can go.
Oh, bad?
This
Yeah,
one
Did he
actually
yell?
went. I mean, of course he yelled, but this one actually went quite well.
Oh, interesting. What did he
What do you say?
Oh,
He said we should keep this Hayden Bartlett and Lupine stuff to ourselves for now and not go to the prince.
in case the prince is in on it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, not in on it, but he's aware of it happening.
And is condoning it.
He's not wrong.
Gotcha.
We don't know where the prince stands on us, rather.
If the prince is okay with it, though, doesn't that mean either way we lose? If we win against Kaden, we're out with the Camarilla. And if we... She just kind of like, trails
mean-
off there.
Look, we just need to confirm that we have the Wrigleyville Park. That's all we need.
Oh,
Then
we
can
do.
go. We do.
Oh, yeah. I was over there talking to Anita just the other night.
Okay.
Talking to Anita.
I did actually talk to Anita. I did other things too, but yeah, I ensured that no matter what we do, Anita and the Anarchs will be on our side.
Great.
How'd you do that?
I armed them to the teeth.
Excuse me? You what?
I sent them equipment to
What
deal
kind of
with
equipment?
Garou.
With what? Oh,
Yeah, with the Garou.
you didn't raid my armory, did you?
Oh no, I purchased it all myself.
You purchased a bunch of silver weaponry. On what card?
Yeah, how much does that cost?
Is that not going to raise red flags of someone purchasing silver weapons?
I was really smart about it, and I went through a jeweler, instead. Private jeweler. Mm-hmm.
How did you
Besides,
pay
it's
for
just
All right.
bullets.
That's
A lot of them.
Wait, why are you arming the Garu? The Garu?
No,
Or why
I'm
you-
arming
why are
the
you-
Anarchs
No,
The
why are you
Anarchs.
arming the Anarchs to fight Garu?
in case they turn on us.
Oh shit.
This is fucked.
I may have
Why-
also
why-
bought them vehicles as well.
Oh my.
Why are you making deals on your own?
What are you running your own little fucking mercenary operation?
I thought we were making decisions as a family
Martin!
here.
Martin, cancel all of Willow's cards.
Sir, do we have? You know what?
If you try that, I'm
Talk
going
to
to
Lucas. Tell him I said so.
It's already bought. It's too late.
Sweetie, you gotta understand. Things like silver bullets, those raise red flags.
I know. That's why
Giving
I went
away
to a jeweler.
vehicles, that can be tracked by taxes and stuff like that. Do you
It's
have a
just
good
one
excuse
vehicle.
why we, a legitimate organization, gave a bunch of weapons and vehicles to a bunch of leather-wearing junkies downtown?
One, it's a one motorcycle.
That's not what
One.
you said. You said you gave them vehicles.
Well, yeah, I gave my guy a vehicle.
Just one?
Just one. Just one. And it's not like I sent a whole, fucking armada or whatever. I just got a few cases of silver bullets.
Sweetie, you're already on thin ice. Okay? We can't risk anyone sniffing around you. You understand?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you should!
Well,
You
I
gotta get
don't.
yourself killed!
Well, oh fucking well.
Oh, fucking
I'm
well.
making-
Oh,
I'm
fucking
making
well.
sure that they're safe.
Why did you do that on your own?
Why not tell us?
Couldn't you talk to us?
Because
At
you would have
what
told me
point-
no.
We would have told
Yeah.
you that we talked to Fen and they're going back to the woods and no other Anarchs would be
Well,
harmed.
my premonition said otherwise. They're not.
Oh,
What's the
listening to
premonition?
the
What's the premonition?
The Anarchs are going to get attacked again by Lupine.
And why wouldn't you tell us?
It was
Why-
kind of
why-
a split.
You saw them being
minute.
slaughtered by lupine?
Yeah. So you know what I did? I made sure that they wouldn't be.
Willow, sweetie, if the prince is on
I don't give a
this-
fuck if the prince wants them dead.
Oh, Jesus
No.
Christ.
No.
He's
I
not
think
killing him.
This could be a good thing.
killing him?
What is Look, I know we're in the comfort of our own home.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna I don't know the intricacies of Camarilla law. Not a lawyer. Don't know if kindred have barristers or lawyers or whatever the fuck goes on in the Camarilla. But I'm gonna say arming Anarchs as a member of a Camarilla coterie, that's Jacques, correct me if I'm wrong.
Technically, the Anarchs are a part of the Camarilla. According to Prince Jackson, he's allowed them at Elysium. He's welcomed them in the city. In theory, we can do business with them, but
Well,
that's
you heard
assuming
what
that
Dad
they're
said.
not working with Bartlett.
You heard what Dad said. We've worked with them before when we had a war with the Lupine, and if there's going to be a problem,
Yes.
look,
Either way, I got
was
the
saying
park.
that we needed to give them something that they want. Maybe
And
this
I-
could be a leverage that we could
I-
use.
Wait, you got us the park. We
I
could
got
make-
the
we
park.
could
The
make
thing that
claim-
you
what's-
couldn't fucking do.
Settle down. We could make the claim that what Willow did was to secure the park. No one else needs to know about this werewolf shit. We gave them some gear to protect themselves and a motorcycle. That's all the park costed. That's pretty cheap in terms of kindred.
It was. Only about 30 grand.
Sweetie. 30 grand gets you maybe a good motorcycle.
It was 20. I didn't want to get him something too nice, yeah.
And you only spent 10 grand on silver bullets
Yeah, it's just a few cases.
from a custom jeweler?
Yeah. I checked them out. They're legit. I didn't get them a bunch. I just got them enough, you know? There's not that many anarchs.
Marcus and I will go through your transactions, make sure you're all covered. You gotta talk to us about this shit.
No.
Yes, you do.
No,
You're threatening all of us. What if, sweetie, what if a hunter, or God forbid the goddamn Inquisition, finds out about a bunch of silver bullets being bought? You think they're not gonna come sniffing around?
I think they'll think a hunter bought them.
They might. They might want to look into it. Hunters aren't the only ones fighting lupine.
Hunters aren't that scary. They're
They're
quite friendly,
scarier than
in
you
fact.
think.
Really?
You've lost family to hunters before.
They've been perfectly kind to me.
The fuck's that supposed to mean?
She just crosses her arms.
You could roll. You could roll a wits insight, and Willow, you could roll a manipulation subterfuge.
Oh,
You know what? We want to get in the shit tonight, boy. I'm ready. I'm ready to get in the shit tonight. The manipulation what?
Manipulation subterfuge, and a wits insight.
4 successes.
Okay.
Manipulation subterfuge. A roll, please. 5 successes.
Jacques, Willow makes a comment about them being nice, and you probably think it's some weird premonition or weird, like, fanfic she's writing.
Some
or
weird
something.
Malkavian thing.
Yeah, some weird Malkavian shit.
That's what they always think.
So, you're just saying that you don't want to be a part of this family?
No, I just want to be able to make decisions that I think are correct.
Look,
That's
we
not
can't
what-
stop you
That's
from making
not what
decisions.
that means, then.
We can't stop you from making choices. You've clearly made that evident, right?
You know, I didn't want to work with these Garu. And you all wanted to do it,
I didn't.
and I went along with that. That's what it means to compromise in a family when we're working together or in any group.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just going to go off and do your own thing, how are we supposed to trust you at all? How are we supposed to know that you're going to be there for us when we need you?
I think I've done that my whole life, right? I think I'm allowed to make a few decisions on my own.
You can make decisions. You just did. But, you know, if
You
we
made
had
decisions
known...
for us, Willow. You didn't
No,
make decisions
I
for
made it
you.
for
You made
me.
decisions for the family.
He's not wrong. The family is now officially arming Anarchs.
No, I am.
No, the coterie,
With what
which is
money?
the Lysander family, is now arming anarchs.
It's my own money.
Your money is family money, Willow. Your money comes from a trust. What do you think that money is? That's not your money.
Got my name on
That's
it.
Lysander. No, it doesn't. It has the Lysander name on it.
Fine, next time I'll do it myself then. I won't use that.
No, we just want you to come
That's not-
talk to us.
That's all.
That's all we want.
Nobody fucking listens to me when I talk to them. Why would I ever do that?
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
When have we not listened to you?
You wanted to go and learn from Adder, and we thought it was a bad idea. We let you do it. Nobody.
You let me do it.
Well, you know what I'm saying. We didn't stop you.
That's
We
the
didn't get in the way.
problem.
We could have.
That's letting you
That's
make your
also
choices.
a problem.
That's not stopping you. I don't like.
There is no letting. Not some baby that
You
needs
know
to be
what I
controlled.
mean. You made a decision on your own, and we respected that.
Willow, what's your hunger at right now?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It's just at 1.
How does Willow feel right now in this moment?
Not
Being
good. I'm being proved right. I got the job done. She feels like I got the thing that these two have been putzing around about, trying to get this fucking park, and I just fucking did it. By being nice to the Anarchs, treating them like people, and giving them a very small monetary compensation. And information. And our problem's solved, and I can go to the prince and say, hey, here's your park.
hearing your brothers
She's angry.
and your uncle point fingers at you, telling you that you should talk to them and they will allow you to make your own decisions. It fuels something in you.
Oh, no.
The provocation is something that causes a fury frenzy. The beast
What does that
speaks
mean?
to you in anger. When you're provoked to such an anger that the beast riles up in you and makes you want to claw somebody's eyes out to get them to shut up. This is what a fury frenzy is called. And so
I'm scared. I don't want to do this. I'm scared.
there are some things that cause fury frenzies. So for our kindred to learn, having a touchstone hurt or killed, a friend killed, insulted by an inferior, physical provocation or harassment or humiliation. I would say in this moment, Willow's feeling pretty humiliated by her own family and the way that they're treating her. I would like you to roll me a fury frenzy. The difficulty is only 2 for this. If somebody you cared about was killed, that would be a much higher difficulty.
I need to leave.
So we talked about. Oh man, I forget that it's not on the demi-plane sheets like it is on Roll20. So for rolling a frenzy, I believe you have to roll. Oh my god, I literally just had this in my other game and I already forgot what it was. Because it's not. They just need a chart and they don't have one. So I just have to read this really
You're
quick.
good. I can
One moment, everybody.
I'll take a sippy. We can take a sippy.
Health-based penalties, willpower. So willpower test at difficulty.
Plus 1/3 of humanity.
So yeah, it's the willpower test that you have to make, and then you have to go refer to what is a willpower test. And the willpower test is, if anybody in chat knows, so I don't have to like dig through. I need to just write these down. Actually, I wonder if it's in my little handy cheat sheet here.
Fury frenzy, please. One fury.
One furry, please. Finn shows up.
Oh, isn't just the willpower the number of willpower slots you haven't used?
Yes, I think it might just be that. You just have to roll the yes.
I have 4 that are not clicked.
Yes, so you roll 4 dice, and you just need to get at least 2 successes.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I believe that's how it is.
I have 2 successes, so
Okay.
awesome.
I'm seeing somewhere it says willpower plus 1/3 of humanity rounded down.
Willpower plus 1/3 of humanity. So your humanity's 7, so 1/3 of that is 3? Is that what that?
1/3 of that is
what's
2.
1/3
rounded
of that
down.
is 2.
Yep.
So she would technically, I think Willow, you would have gotten an extra 2 dice in that
I
pool.
still passed
But yeah,
with
you
the
still
4.
What I'm
passed.
looking at says
So
it's on page 219 if you want to check.
okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
BY,
That
everybody.
is that is correct. That rule is, I have to just write that one down because it's very hard to reference in the book if
It's
you're
a tough
looking at the
rule.
frenzy section. So you rolled 2 successes. So in this moment, you hear those bestial whispers in your ears, telling you you're not good enough. They don't think you're good enough. They want to keep you in a cage. You see little Machiavelli in a cage, and it makes you angry. But you're able to maintain your own composure for a minute. You're able to quell those thoughts in your head from the beast and tell it to shut up for a moment, and the voices silence. And the room goes back to normal for a minute, and you see your two brothers and uncle staring at you.
Willow, do you want to be a part of this family?
What a question to ask me.
Consider your answer carefully. Because family, those are the people you call when you make mistakes. Family's the people you call when you're in up to your eyeballs. And they're the ones who are going to show up. But if you're not family, then we don't have to worry about that anymore.
I think Machiavelli comes out and just kind of comes up like this. And she's thinking for a moment.
I don't know.
You don't know. You knew the other day when you called me, remember?
Yeah.
Did I punish you for that?
No.
No. Did I blab about it to everyone else? Did I make fun of you?
No.
So you couldn't come to me about this Anarch shit?
No.
Why not? You came to me for that? Or are you only here when it's convenient for you, when you need us?
I was just trying to be useful.
You were. We appreciate it, but it would be nice if you'd talk to us. We look out for each other. That's the point.
You know, Willow, I wanted to work with the Anarchs. I think it's a good idea. I would have supported you. Probably.
And we don't think that you're useless. I don't think we've ever thought that.
Willow ponders this for a few moments, and you end your night on a bit of a quiet and sour note. But you do have some work ahead of you. You know that you have to turn in this job to the prince. And you know that in a couple of nights, you have to meet with the military general.
We also have to go see Anita.
You could
How
go see
about-
Anita. What is it that you're planning to discuss with Anita?
Oh, that's right. We got the park, so we just have to
Yes.
go.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
How about Willow here turns in the job to the prince? You fellas all right with that?
A-okay with me?
Sure.
Okay. When should I do it?
Whatever the hell you
Whatever
want.
you want.
Jacques, you would be able to arrange a meeting with the prince. He doesn't just take
I understand
neonates in, but if you you have to make usually an appointment or something. But Jacques, you're able to reach out and arrange for a certain time to meet, and you know it'll be pretty quick and won't take most of his night, so he's able to take in the meeting for whenever you'd like to arrange it.
Yeah, we can do it next couple of days. While you guys are dealing with the military or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, we will cut ahead to those particular meetings. For now, even if this is in a couple of nights that this happens, I'd like you all to just roll me one rouse check to see where your hunger's at in the next couple of nights.
Success. Yay.
Success.
Success.
Okay, and if anybody feels like they need to feed, we can just have you just roll a quick feeding roll.
I would
No.
like to feed, please.
Okay, all right, Jacques. Your streak so far hasn't been the greatest.
No, it hasn't. I've actually adopted a new technique. It's a little bit, I used to coax people into the vehicle, but the stress I'm under lately, I've foregone that. So for feeding, I'll now be rolling strength plus brawl, I believe.
Okay. So just straight up nabbing them.
I get them close to the car, and then I just yank them in.
Yep. Go ahead and roll me your strength and brawl, and we'll see.
1 success.
Oh,
All right.
boy.
With just one success, you feed one dot of hunger. You don't really get much out of this person. You're a little bit better, but that's about it. So, let's start with Dorian and Silas. The two of you make your way to the office, and your dad notes that General Singer is in one of the meeting rooms down the hall, waiting for the two of you.
Like before, you do the business talking. If there's scientific questions, I'm here. But business talk isn't my forte.
I was thinking we just skip that whole thing and use a little of our kindred power. I mean, this should be easy, right? I could just make him think he had a great meeting with us. We go in, talk, give him whatever boilerplate pitch. If he goes for it, great. If not, I make him think that meeting went so well. He got everything he wanted. He loved us. We had a great time. We made him laugh. We're going to go golfing next weekend.
We
And
can't,
he accepted
we
our
can't
pitch.
golf at nighttime, Dorian.
Well, whatever, we'll cancel.
Okay. And you can do all this.
I can replace a memory with anything I want. Ventrue shit.
Okay.
Look, if you want to try it more traditionally, we can. Just floating it out there.
No. Do you just want to walk in and use it? Or do you want to try it traditionally first and then use it?
Well, we gotta have a memory to replace, so.
Okay.
All right. So the two of you head into the office room with your plan. Actually, before we do that, forgot to do this earlier, and I meant to call this out because I didn't even see this, but we got a donation earlier that I just want to quickly call out because it was a big donation. Thank you so much, Emmeline, if you're still here, by the way. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. Us kindred have to stick together. Yes, from a...
thank you, Emmeline.
A Toreador at heart. Thank you so much for supporting our little VTM venture here. Thank you. So the two of you walk in, and you see what you would think of a stereotypical, clean-shaven, tall, buff, military man. In his uniform, in one of the more formal dress uniforms that military wear. He's sitting at the table, and as he sees you both walk in, he stands up. All right, the Lysander boys, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's us.
So which one of you're Dorian? I know I've seen you folks on the news. I've seen you. Your father and I go way back. So, the minute he told me about this, miracle drug, I just couldn't wait to hear about it, and, I'm just trying to make my soldiers great again, if you get what I mean, so...
Well, let me tell you,
Yeah.
this will make them more than great.
Oh.
Shit, it's gonna make them practically superhuman.
Superhuman. I like the sound of that.
You ever seen Captain America?
Of course. My son loves Captain America.
You know, super soldier serum, inject it into his veins, takes a scrawny soldier, makes him into a mean fighting machine.
Yeah. But of course, that's just in the comics. Or
Well,
the movie,
I can't think of a
guess.
better way to
Depends.
pitch this than that. 'Cause, shit, that's what we've got.
A super soldier serum is what you got?
That's it.
All right.
In a sense, yes, sir.
Yes. So you must be Dr. Lysander that I've heard about. So are you the mind behind this new drug?
I helped synthesize it, yes.
Well, your father has the most talented kids. Not only is, I don't live here in Chicago. I have family here. I come here often, and I've heard about you folks on the news all the time. I don't believe what the media says, all right? I know that the Lysander family has got great plans. You're talented kids, and you've got a lot of drive and ambition. The fact that you, Dr. Lysander, and you, Dorian, are working right on this, it's given me all the confidence I need, I gotta say.
Oh, well, sir, well, I'm happy to hear that.
But of course, you know how it is. We gotta go through all of the testing and the preparations, and, we gotta get the FDA on board, even though it is more of a government thing. We might be able to work around that a little here and there, But have you gotten like the human trials yet? The human test, or is this still just like in the early process?
Not yet. We've tested it on animals, and the results are quite amazing.
Oh, great. Well,
Yes.
when do we begin human testing?
That is a great question. We can start as soon as possible.
Yeah, we're ready to go with it, but that would be where your help would be very useful, Obviously, with military backing, the type of
Yeah.
trials we could conduct could be different, let's say.
I think we can get some arrangements in for some of my people to do some testing, I think we can probably get this working around, and we got to get the paperwork through, get all that done, but it shouldn't be a
course.
problem.
The NDAs and
Of course.
all that good stuff.
So, maybe tell me just a little bit more about this whole thing. I mean, I get the Captain America pitch here, but maybe, just a little more of a rundown of how it all works.
Sure, yeah.
No, that would be a doctor's department here.
Yes. So it is synthesized from the adrenal gland of a wolf. And essentially you take the various hormones that are secreted during, obviously like an alpha wolf, like it's,
Oh, yeah.
the brawniness.
I know all about the alpha wolf.
So yeah, we secreted the adrenal hormones from the adrenal gland of a gray wolf and essentially spliced it together for human trials or for human DNA. And
Wow.
My brother said it best. You want a soldier to keep on fighting and get in the thick of it. Simple injection of this into his thigh, and there's no telling what that soldier can do.
Impressive. So it's not like an oral drug of sorts. They gotta get it injected kind of thing.
It would be an injection, yes, sir, right into the bloodstream.
Got it. Well, some of my men won't like that. Some, squeamish to needles and stuff, but they're gonna have to suck it up.
Sure. Yeah, it could possibly be done intermuscular via, an injection similar to like if you've seen an EpiPen before, like right into the thigh.
Yeah.
That is a possibility, but only time will tell due to testing.
Okay, understood. So I guess we got to get this stuff in the works then. So, is there any other like side effects that come with this that I should be worried about? There's always side effects,
Of course, the typical headaches, vomiting, rash, diarrhea, thoughts of depression, thoughts of suicide, death. The list goes on, but it's typical boilerplate for your average drug.
Yep, I've seen the pharmaceuticals. I know how it works, and is this the Lysander's first drug that they've worked on, or have y'all worked on things in the past? What about Silas? Have you worked on any pharmaceuticals?
Well, I have looked over the paperwork for Vital's, antibiotic mixed with their painkiller as well. That is currently stuck in the FDA trials, and this was something that we were working on simultaneously, and it just really isn't for the consumer market. We don't want super soldiers running around the streets.
Yep.
Of course, we want them for the U.S. government.
I think that makes sense.
And this serum, it doesn't just give him strength; it makes him mean, aggressive.
Makes him fight.
Puts him in a fighting mood.
I see.
Shit, what do we test them on? Bonobos? Chimps, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Chimps.
Should have seen those chimps go. It's crazy.
Well, I have to say, this does sound like something right up my alley. I'm impressed.
Dorian gives a look to Silas like, what the fuck? Like, this is going way easier than he thought it was going to go.
Or hypothetically speaking, you could use it as a sort of assassination device. Give it to one person in a compound and get your guys out of there and let them go crazy. The possibilities are, sky high.
It's a matter of dosage, right?
Correct.
For that, I want you to roll me. Both of you can, if you want to make this a combined roll like Dorian, I don't know if you want to take the lead, but I'm saying this because you should probably
Does this count as subterfuge? Like, because we're lying, right?
You are lying.
Because I have a skill called impeccable lies.
Okay.
I have a specialty.
Roll me manipulation. I think this is actually more than charisma. Roll me manipulation and subterfuge.
And I believe
Now,
the
how do I add
specialty
the
gives you
extra
an extra
dice?
die. You just
And
click
the specialty gives you +1 to that roll.
Oh, there we go.
Or one extra
Oh,
dice.
that's really easy. That's very nice. Okay. Wait. Okay. Three successes.
Three
It's
successes.
0 for me.
Okay.
I think I got a
Subterfuge is-
messy critic. No, I didn't. No,
Oh,
I didn't.
boy.
Okay. No, I didn't. Sorry.
Okay.
Misunderstood
Okay.
that.
Yes, Dorian taking the lead on this conversation and really selling it to this guy, though he looks like, oh, assassination device, but he's a little skeptical at Silas's pitch, but he's mostly sold on the concept of the drug. I think I'm impressed, I have to say. You know, I was talking to your father before this meeting, and, you know, he offered me, well, I gotta say, your father's always been so good to me. He recently, actually right before this meeting, he told me he would offer a private little trip. So I'm quite fancied that he was so kind to offer something like that for me and my family. So I gotta say, I knew this meeting was gonna go well. I love the Lysanders. So
Oh, well, thank you, sir. Your words mean a lot to us.
That's so kind.
And honestly, we wouldn't be here without, you know, the will of the American people. You know,
yes,
And the bravery of the soldiers that
of
keep
course.
us safe, right?
yes. And this is
Good.
absolutely gonna be keeping my soldiers safe. It's gonna be keeping all of us together. So I appreciate that.
Well, you know, I'll have the people draw up the paperwork, and but why don't we just settle this with a handshake right now?
I think that's a good idea, son. He offers his hand to shake.
Sure. Dorian gives him a firm handshake.
Shakes, and then he shakes. And doctor, I knew Silas raised his boys good. I just knew it. Now, if only I've heard so many good things about his daughters too. If only I could have seen that pretty little thing Val or Willow as well. But
Oh, well, Val is very busy in Paris right now with her fashion and
Now
yeah,
this is
I've
creepy.
I've seen the pictures. She's
and Willow's busy with her art studies.
yes. Well, I next time I visit, hopefully I'll get to see them as well.
Well, next time you visit, I'll be sure the whole family will be here to greet you.
Maybe we can all get dinner or something. I think that would be great.
That'd be fantastic.
All right, boys. Well, it's been a pleasure doing business.
All right. Thank you, General. Or Colonel,
Thanks,
or whatever
General.
your rank
Colonel.
is.
General Colonel.
And yeah, General Singer takes his leave. He actually goes down the hall and stops at Silas's office and talks a bit. And that leaves the two of you in the room.
Did that just work?
Yeah, I guess Dad had more pull with him than doesn't really feel like we did much there.
I think it felt like we could have sold him a bag of shit and he would have been on board.
Right?
And Dad offering him a trip?
I mean, I guess in one of our suites somewhere. Sure.
Oh yeah, I meant to add that the Lysander Hotel.
Oh,
Yeah, at one of the remote Lysander hotels.
Got it,
On
yeah.
one of the fancy islands or something.
and look, I'm just happy it's over.
I guess, yeah, it worked out. Who would have thought?
Do they usually go that smooth?
No. I mean, I don't know. Yes, I guess when Dad's involved, sometimes, yeah. I mean,
Well,
I don't agree with him a lot, and it pisses me off, but the old man has pull. Gotta admit that.
I don't deny it.
The two of you, maybe a bit on that note, a little shocked at how well the deal went, head out, and we cut to Willow, who is making her way to the Ivory Tower in Chicago by herself. The Ivory
I've got Machiavelli.
I think I would be with her, but I would
Okay.
be.
In the
I'm not
car.
going in.
Yeah. So the two of you in the limo on your way to the Ivory Tower. The first time, actually, that Willow and any of the coterie has seen Chicago's Ivory Tower. A name in that is where the prince resides.
You know what you're gonna say to him?
No. I don't think that's something that needs to be planned out. I'm just gonna
Suit
talk
yourself.
to him like a person. I'm sure people flatter him all day. Maybe he doesn't like that. I'll be respectful though, of course.
Of course.
You pull up, and Marcus pulls up to the tower. Jacques, you head into the waiting room lobby area of the Ivory Tower, where the secretary of the prince is. You have the discussion about the meeting. And Willow, you are let in and up an elevator.
I'll put Machiavelli away for this. He goes in the purse.
You make your way up to the top floor of this building located south of the Chicago Loop, overlooking the city skyline, the beautiful night sky of Chicago. You see many of the famous sights, the Willis Tower, a Sears Tower,
You know.
the Bean, and many others. And you see, standing there in front of a fireplace, is Prince Kevin Jackson, alongside his sheriff, Sheriff Damien. Willow.
Hi.
It is just you this evening.
Well, I just wanted to make it quick. I don't want to waste too much of your time. Besides, it's a pretty easy report.
I'm happy to hear you have a quick report. It would have been nice to have the whole coterie together, but
Well, you know, my brothers are always really busy, but I didn't mind coming. And plus, it's nice to get to talk to you one-on-one.
of
Thanks
course.
for making time for me.
Yes. Well, you are a Lysander, and you are always welcome here.
Well, to keep with the keeping it quick, because I know you're probably busy, we've got the park for you. The Anarchs won't be touching it anymore.
I'm happy to hear that has been dealt with.
Rather peacefully as well.
Peaceful resolution with the Anarchs.
Yeah.
Well, it's not impossible. I can't say I'm curious as to what arrangements were made.
I don't mind telling. It was mostly monetary consumption.
Or consumption? Compensation. That's what I mean. Compensation.
That's really it. I mean, if I can put a number on it if you'd like.
I am curious.
About $30,000.
30,000 for the Anarchs.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just liquid, or...
No, it was given to them in actual physical items.
Did...
I could detail that out if you want, but it's, I mean, It's nothing
Yes.
really of note.
I am curious as to what physical items the Anarchs were looking for.
Well, to be quite honest, I kind of decided for them.
Good. Well, that's good deal making then.
It was much easier, to present the things I would give them. And they were quite happy to receive them.
And she will pull out of her purse like a little like a list of sorts, just so she can also show him like exact prices.
First, a motorcycle. You'll see here, it's a Ducati Super Sport.
He raises his eyebrow at that.
And a helmet too, if you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it. Then
this will be Momo not knowing this knowledge, but I'm gonna assume I don't know like how many bullets would be like an acceptable amount, or if I can just say like a few cases. But she
and a few cases of bullets.
like I'm picturing for people who know more about guns than I do, I'm thinking like maybe like 200.
$10,000 worth of silver is 35 pounds. So 35 pounds worth of bullets.
Okay. So I'll say that.
And about 35 pounds worth of bullets.
A lot of ammunition
Yes.
for them.
Well, with how I'm not sure if you're aware, but with the Anarchs were having some trouble with Lupine. So I suppose that's, plus squabbles amongst themselves. I'm sure they'll make use of it.
You see Kevin Jackson just scanning the list as you're explaining everything.
Is there any change or vibe change when I say lupine?
Roll me a wits and insight to see if you notice anything.
Wait, actually, can I do one better?
Sure.
You said he's scanning over the list.
Yes.
Is he this depends on how he is. I am holding the list out kind of like very close to him. Is his hand anywhere near it?
So you're holding the list out. Okay. Yeah, I would say he goes to take the list to look at it.
Okay. Can my hand brush his as I hand
Yes.
it? Okay.
Oh, this will go great. This is going to be fantastic. No consequences will come from this.
I think you know what I'm about to ask. With
Are
the
you-
physical contact.
Are you going to try to premonition?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to rouse, correct? Since
You
I'm
do have to
requesting one?
rouse. Yes.
A success.
Okay.
Plus.
Roll me a resolve and aspects.
Okay. Oh, pull up. I'm here. My sheet was being a little silly. Okay. Oh no. Oh no, it did aspects twice? Help. Okay. 4 successes. Wow.
4 successes. Okay.
Nice. Let's go.
You brush against his hand, and in that moment, you've done this many times before. You know how this works. You know how to call upon the Madness Network, the web, the cobweb, to bring you visions of things yet to come. And you see Prince Kevin Jackson in this room talking to a shadowy figure that you can't quite make out, but you can absolutely make out Jackson's figure. You hear from his mouth. As for the fate of the Lysanders, I will see that they get what they deserve.
Okay, and is that it?
And you're brought back.
She will give her head a little shake and try to, as naturally as possible.
And so, you'll see here,
Roll me a to try to play this off. I'm just thinking what I want you to roll. Composure. Resolving composure.
Okay. Five successes.
Jeez. All right.
I got a lot of composure.
Okay.
Let's go, Willow. Do it, girl.
One moment.
She'll kind of almost to RP that.
you know, to be honest, sir, I'm not really experienced with arms. So do you think that was enough? I don't know if that's too little or too many. 35 pounds of bullets? I just kind of pulled a number out of my ass, you know?
He looks at you. He looks at the paper. He looks at you. Which of the Anarchs was it that you made this deal with?
Anita.
Anita. Yes, of course. The
leader,
Baron.
right?
The Baron. Yes. You know, they don't really like titles, but
I've heard, yes.
they still have them. So, even the Anarchs need some sort of structure and hierarchy.
Yeah.
Yet they complain about that exact hierarchy within our own tower.
It's interesting, isn't it? Can I ask a question about that? Do you
Yes,
mind?
of course.
They seem to have a high opinion of you when I brought, I had to mention why we all had to mention why we were there. And I was just I'm not so much questioning the high opinion, but apparently it's odd for the Camarilla and the Anarchs to work together. What made you decide to do that, if you're willing to share that?
Of course. I'm happy to share. The Anarchs have tried to take control of Chicago many moons ago. The old prince, Prince Loden,
Yeah.
he had his own methods of things, and it got many people upset. He tried to control so much, but control, while in some areas might be important, it's not always necessary. And so he tried to control too much, and everything fell apart for him. But I was able to bring everything back into order. And I realized that loosening the reins a bit was important. Allowing a clan that used to be aligned with the Sabbat, the clan Lysander, bringing them into Chicago, that was a controversy, and a lot of people doubted me. But we now have an ally in a former clan that used to want to do nothing but kill us. And now we have a peaceful city where Anarchs aren't trying to run us up every other night.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why when I look at this list, and it doesn't intimidate me that the Anarchs might be preparing for something, because I know it won't be against us. You mentioned they had a lupine problem.
Yes. I must admit I don't know much about it, as I was a bit, we all were a bit scared to get involved in such a thing. My dad said they were super scary, so, I mean, I didn't ask too many questions in that regard. I can't imagine this would even be enough to fight off such a thing.
Yes. Well, they're fools to even try. If you ever see a lupine, you better make sure you get out of there. One thing we don't deal with is them.
Well, I certainly don't intend to, and I mean, I wish them the best of luck. They are our allies, and is it not like that everywhere else? Are you the only prince that does so?
It's a city-by-city basis, but as far as I know, in the West at least, I am one of the only princes that does allow this.
That's quite revolutionary. You're very open-minded, especially with the Lysander. But,
yes.
I mean, it makes sense, though. The more allies you have, the easier things are and the smoother they go. We don't have to be at each other's throats all the time. Especially since we have so many common enemies.
I
It's
agree.
refreshing.
It's not about the raw power, but the influence and the people you have at your side.
100%. And I mean, it paid off. It made, when I brought it up, I mean, the Anarchs didn't really request much from us just because we have already a good relationship, or they have a good relationship with you. So it's already paying off. I'm sure
Yes.
you were already sure in your choice, but it's certainly still helping us, your decision.
Well, Willow,
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to tell the rest of your coterie that I'm disappointed that they weren't able to be here this evening.
I'm sure they regret it and would love to spend time with you next time. I think they're doing some work for Father right now.
Of course.
Was there anything else that we could do for you in the moment?
Well, with that job done, your official first coterie job, I suppose I should hand you the unofficial coterie laws.
Oh?
Yes, the Legis Coterium from our official Camarilla laws. The three of you, or the four of you, I should say, will be able to operate freely as a coterie within Chicago now. You will have all of the rights within a coterie, and that includes personal domains as well as feeding. You, for doing such a job well done, I will allow all of your coterie mates feeding within Ventrue territory. So if you or your brother or your sister want to feed within Ventrue territory, you have the permissions to do so. As long as you all make sure that everything is under control among the Lysander family, I think we have ourselves a good business deal ahead of us.
Oh, perfect. Well, that's so good to hear. Okay.
If there's anything else you should need, don't hesitate to reach out, and I will be reaching out to your family as I need you.
That sounds great. Well, so nice talking to you. I hope you have a great night.
You as well, Willow, and just perhaps next time, make sure the Malkavian nonsense stays to yourself.
She just quirk her head and pretend she doesn't understand. And she'll just smile.
Okay.
Sheriff Damien walks with you to the door and just cordially opens it for you.
Oh, that's right. I will give a little tap on Damien's shoulder and just say, "Will you tell Alexa I said hey?"
He nods.
Thank
I
you.
And Willow takes her leave.
We're fucking running out of there. Oh my fucking god!
How'd it go, sweetie?
She just stares at you, blank-faced, for a moment.
So good. We have to go now.
I'm assuming we're in the car, going.
Yes, you guys are on your way, and Jacques, you are taking the both of you to the office.
Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go.
You know that the brothers are there and Silas is there, and it's time for a family meeting.
Jacques, we gotta go. I gotta say something very privately.
Yeah. Okay. What is it?
But everything went well. Everything went well. But also, we gotta go.
We're going. What? Marcus, Martin,
Marcus,
can
drive
you just
faster!
What's the problem?
I can't tell you yet.
The fuck
In case they're watching or listening.
You guys begin to drive off.
Wait. I'll say one more thing before we go. Sorry, Tracy.
You just gotta promise, Jacques. You gotta believe me when I say in there. You believe in the
You
things
want me
I
to
see,
trust
right?
you now?
You okay? Even if you don't trust me, do you,
No,
you believe in the
I,
things I
I've
see?
trusted you. But you're asking me
thing-
to trust you, but you won't trust us.
I just need people to believe me. I don't. The
That
trust can
takes
come
trust,
later.
Willow.
No, it doesn't. They've proved themselves.
When people
right every
believe you,
time.
it's them giving you their trust.
But I have facts to prove that I'm right.
Do ya?
Yeah, evidence.
The point is, you don't trust us with the deals you make.
Well, what I saw concerns the whole family, so
All right.
people can believe me or not.
You're listening, but you're not hearing me.
Whatever.
Let's just go.
The two of you drive off and make your way back to the office.
I'm booking it to the private elevator.
On your way up,
Oh.
We actually cut back to
Boys.
Dorian and Silas. Dorian, you exit the room and head down. You get a call from your secretary,
McCarthy?
Shannon
McCarthy.
McCarthy. Mr. Lysander,
She's-
sir, you have a visitor.
Oh, fantastic. Send her in. Him. Them. I don't know who it is.
Undisclosed person.
I could leave if it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you can stay. But who is it?
It's Bartlett, sir.
You
should stay.
You should stay. Immediately. Never mind, you're staying. Silas, you're staying.
Who is it?
Bartlett.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Yeah. Motherfucker.
Making his way up the private elevator is Kaden Bartlett. And with
Disgusting.
that, we welcome our guest.
Your crusty ass in here, bitch.
Yeah.
Wow. So much hatred, man.
Not George's overlay.
Fen Waters, looking
what's my
fresh,
bad?
Fen
I'll
Waters.
fix
I'm a werewolf.
Joke's on y'all.
Do your best owl.
Ow.
Craig, rate that awu later for us.
That's my secret. I've always been a guard. No.
Ooh.
Making his way up is, of course, Kaden Bartlett entering into your office room. You notice him look down the hallway. He takes a peek down, sees what's going on in your dad's office. and then walks into your room.
As he walks in, he is not alone. You'll notice that he has two individuals with him. I'll leave it up to Tracy to describe the two individuals that I have with me. But as he walks in, he has a smile on his face. Dorian, so good to see you again. And Silas, I don't think we've had the pleasure to be formally introduced as of yet.
That I know of you.
Oh, many
All right, man.
do.
What do you want?
What? Oh, I just, I wanted to see how things were coming along. Votes coming very soon. Very excited, of course, to have your support. And, I really see this as a good opportunity for us to, potentially bury the hatchet.
Come on, man. Just drop it. Drop the polite bullshit. Drop this whole, hey guys, how's it going? Like, you fucked me. You fucking... Like, what am I supposed to think here? You're coming here to offer an olive branch?
Of sorts. I don't think I would necessarily call it an olive branch, but I noticed you're meeting with the general singer. I love that guy, man. I tell you what, you should see him at parties. He is wild. Okay, let me tell you what. What's that all about?
You're not a part of this company yet.
Well, aren't
You don't
Oh.
need to know.
the board, right? Well, soon enough, I suppose. Word does travel fast, and I've actually had lots of dealings in the medical and tech fields with the general. A lot of promising endeavors that are happening. You guys wouldn't be happening to, do anything encroaching there, would you?
Well, no. I mean, how could we encroach on anything that the illustrious Kaden Bartlett is doing? I mean, surely we couldn't even come close to touching whatever you're doing. It would be a pale comparison, right?
You flatter me, Dorian. That's the Ventrue I was looking for. Understands a good deal. Regardless of what's happening in there, there's not enough time. I mean, it's short, and this deal's going through. You want me to cut any kind of act? This is me approaching you, one kindred to another. I want to have a open conversation about how we proceed forward.
Yeah. You
I
want
was
to have
kind
an
of
open
hoping to have this
conversation?
just
Yeah.
us, but Silas, you can be here as well, I suppose. I mean, do you really? How do you feel about all of this? I should ask. We haven't had a lot of chance to speak, so I just kind of wanted to hear from the doctor himself.
What do you want to know?
Do you see a path forward?
Absolutely. There's always a path forward.
I thought you were the Ventrue, Dorian. I like him.
You
Look.
never said that path included you, asshole.
Oh, it usually does. But like I said, I don't want to get this riled up, right? I am here because I do want to find an amenable solution moving forward. We have a week or two at max. News isn't looking good. I mean, I think this deal's pretty much locked in. I mean, you're a deal maker. And don't get me wrong, I am a fan. Okay, Dorian, I know some of the stuff you've pulled. Okay, I get it. I know you're good at what you do. Okay,
Oh, great.
it's
Then
okay
you know
to
that
have
there's...
someone else that's a little better.
Well, look, if you've followed my career, you know that there's always time to pull something out at the 11th hour.
I suppose you're right. Well, looks like you have some things to discuss. Do you want me to just kind of? I mean, I can help. If you need any advice, any expertise. I mean, I'm happy to.
Yeah,
offer
sure.
my assistance.
Actually, I would love to ask you your advice on something, Kaden.
Sure.
If someone were to threaten your family and your kids directly, How would you handle that?
Did someone threaten your family? I hope you don't mean me. Is that what the
I thought you
phone
were
call?
dropping the act.
No. That is a fair point. I apologize. I can admit that maybe I let my anger get the best of me, seeing you meddling, right? But, and I know you probably won't buy this, but I would never, ever touch your family. I wouldn't. This is business. I mean, I just need the company. That's all this is. Why would you think that I would actually stoop that low?
Why would I think you would do the thing you threatened to do?
What did I say? What was the threat?
Oh,
Or did I
come
just congratulate you on the twins? Look,
on. I'm
think
not
of me-
playing this game.
think of me how you want, Dorian, but I would never stoop that low. This is purely business.
All right. Purely business. I get it. Look, we can operate purely on business. You know, it would go a long way towards trust if we did want to work together. I mean, to know what it is you're actually planning with the company. You know, maybe that would convince us to follow you. I'll tell you, to be honest, and I feel like you could probably guess this, I don't always get along with Dad.
What?
Oh, what a shock, right?
Wow. I thought he was the
Look.
prickly one with him. As he kind of glances to Silas Jr.
I can be reasonable. Hey, there's always a path forward where two parties get what they want. But you're not giving me anything I want. You're not giving Silas anything he wants.
Aren't I? How big is the shadow of your father over both of you?
Oh,
Is
for
this
me,
not a path forward? Yes.
it's barely a shadow. The shadow he has over me, it's high noon.
It's expected. So I
Sure.
think you would be more on board with the changes, right? Dorian, this is about you. This is about your future. This is about you taking ownership, being the blue blood that you are, making moves. You said you felt betrayed, that I fucked you? Or did I just show you what true leadership looks like?
So what, I'm just trading one shadow for another? I'll just have you hanging over me,
I don't.
showing me the right way to do things as a true Ventrue?
Well,
Oh, come on. You don't have that different of a story from us. You're living under your dad's shadow too.
I wondered if that would come up. Think about this. Our families united in a common goal. We would be unstoppable. Nothing, no one could stand in between us and what we're trying to do. What I'm trying to do is set you up for success. I don't need to loom over you. I just need you to play ball, because you know who won't? Your shitty father. He won't. He's
You're
got
gonna
his own agenda.
You're gonna set me up for success?
Yes?
You're gonna give me boilerplate middle management lines like that and tell me that you're really on my side here? Like, what do you actually want?
I had the balls to take it from your dad. You didn't. Now I'm in the position to give you everything you want. I thought you'd be more grateful.
You said we could be aligned in a goal. You haven't said what that goal is.
Well, as you said, I'm not a member of the board yet. But in a couple weeks' time, I'm happy to sit down and discuss with you openly about some of the changes happening at Vital Medical Group and the plans that I have. And I mean that. Look, this didn't go quite as well as I was hoping. But I hope you see this, both of you, as a step. This is an olive branch, as you put it. And I'll admit, I may have crossed some lines. And for that, I apologize. It is business at the end of the day, and I would never touch your family. Which is why it pains me to give you this. I was talking with Shannon. She's a real smooth talker. Turns out, well, your wife kind of got a shitty lawyer, and he just kind of openly blabs about things.
What? What do you mean?
He kind of there, you would see a slight softness to him. Like there is a force, a presence, but with this, you actually see a slight softness. I'm sorry to be the one to hand you this, but Shannon was kind of beside herself. I just said I would do the dirty work. He hands you a set of papers, but I'll let you read that and discuss among yourselves. All I want is for both of you to understand that just because things started rocky, that's what builds a good foundation, and we can work well together moving forward. And I genuinely want you both to be a big part of this.
Just get the fuck out of my office, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Very well. Silas,
Kaden.
let's go, guys.
You turn to leave, and in this room, didn't get a chance to properly describe the two individuals that Kaden was with, but you get the feeling that they may also be kindred, especially based on the conversations you've been having, Ventrue to Ventrue. You get the sense that these are also two kindred, maybe his coterie. One of them is a gentleman who looks more rough, gruff, has facial hair and like very dark, like more brunette hair, is wearing a jacket with a hood. He looks pretty intimidating. The other one, perhaps even more intimidating in a different way, a very large gentleman with muscles on muscles. It's almost inhuman in some ways, and potentially you would think might be masquerade breaching, but to the kine eye, it may just be just a person that just doesn't really look in the norm of society. They definitely stand out. They look big, buff, and intimidating. And the three of them exit the room. On the way down, passing in the elevator, Jacques and Willow, you see the sight of Kaden and these other two individuals.
Ah, shit.
Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
When it rains and pours, kid.
Just look pleasant.
Kaden, you see Willow, who you met, and Jacques as well, who are both in the meeting room as you pass by.
Willow, Jacques,
Go fuck
pleasure
yourself.
to see you.
Hi. What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just having a conversation with your brothers.
People left.
I
me,
forgot you called my office.
but I'm on a waiting list, apparently.
I apologize. I'll see that you can get some time booked with me sometime soon, okay?
Booked? You're gonna have to do better than that. What do you
Not
think this is?
really.
A business meeting?
What did you think this was?
What a man.
Well, it was a pleasure to see you both.
Uh-huh.
And as he like passes by Willow, he just kind of quickly gets in. You never play your cards fully right at the start. And then he continues to walk with kind of a smirk, a little flirtatious.
Okay.
And he would leave.
All right.
And Kaden exits the scene as all of the Lysanders, minus the Bartlett, you all reconvene. Silas Sr. actually concludes his meeting with the military general, and the general says, "Oh, I just think I saw Bartlett. I gotta go say hi to him and catch up with him." And he runs down the hallway. Silas, hearing that name, gives you all a stare. My office. Now.
Hey,
I'm gonna enjoy killing
Dorian.
that guy.
Before they get up, and obviously they have to come up the elevator, I assume, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
With Jacques and Willow.
Yes.
With those 35 seconds, Silas is gonna go to Dorian. Dorian, I'm sorry this happened to you, but hide those papers.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it after.
Do you, Dorian, you get the feeling of dread in your stomach. You haven't opened them yet, but you may have something inside of you. The beast even begins to quell up inside of you. You know what might be in here.
I know what's in there.
Do you open them now, despite your brother's suggestion?
No, I put them away. I know what's in there.
Okay.
There's not a lot of legal actions that a wife tends to take against a husband.
You maintain that control for now, dreading the worst. And the rest of you all reconvene. Bartlett was here.
Yeah. He's got two
He's
goons
someone
with him,
right
too.
Yes. I saw a brief glimpse. Of course, the general on his way down to catch up with another old buddy. What the fuck did he want? Well,
He wanted to fuck with us.
anything of use? What did he say? What? Come on, son. Tell me.
He wanted us to get on board.
He wants us to go against you. Promising, everything we could ever want.
Of course he did. Well, he'll have to do more to tempt my children.
Okay.
That's all he has then. He just wants to try to turn you against me. Well, remember what he did to you in that room, Dorian. He used dominate on you. I don't know how to say it else. He used dominate on
He
you.
dominated you in that room.
He dominated you in that room.
He practically fucked.
Are we gonna have a problem that he knows the general, too? How'd that go, by the way?
Went great.
Why'd you even send us, Dad? I mean, obviously, you kind of had that on lock.
I had to make sure it would go the way it would go, and yes, I did a little buttering up beforehand, but it was the two of your deal, and you did seal the deal, did you not?
Yeah, we see.
As far as I can tell, yes.
It's all part of
Kaden knows about it.
Of course he does. He's always one step ahead, isn't he, Mr. Bartlett?
How do you
Well,
react
we got
to
it.
it?
React to what, Jacques?
What if he knows about it? How do you react? Was he pissed?
I
Scared?
mean, we didn't see him find out. He just told us that he knew.
He's close with the general as well, and look, Dad. I think it's time that you bring us more into the fold. We can't be fighting this war on the outskirts. We need to know what the hell's going on. Why now? Why Bartlett? What do you know?
What do I know? Well, I know that Bartlett, a Ventrue with a lot of history, is trying to take my company. That's what I know.
Why?
To show he's the better dog in this fight. To show that he's the one that's meant to rule. Because Ventrue, that's how we operate. We were born to rule. And Bartlett thinks that he is the ruler of this.
Well, there's other Ventrue in the city. Has he gone after them? The two
Why
two
us?
No.
ugly fat guys at Elysium. They were Jacques and Dorian were
Ballard and Sovereign, yes.
yes, who look like
No.
comic book villains.
No, they're in Kaden's inner circle as well.
Oh. Good to know.
More like they're rooting for him.
So this deck is just stacked against us right now. Do we have any allies?
I might have something poignant to the conversation.
Yes, Willow. What is
Oh,
it?
yeah. She's been holding on to something ever since we left the prince's place.
It's not good news. Well, in that
Okay.
the meeting went well, and the prince is pleased with us, and he's given us permission to feed on any Ventrue territory as a coterie now. He's very happy. That being said, I know that I took a chance doing this. But I brushed hands with him on purpose.
Oh, sweetie.
I was hoping that maybe I could prompt. I've been getting better at prompting my premonitions. And I got one from him. And in it, he was in his room, the same room that we were in. And there was a figure with him that was clouded. And he said, the Lysanders are going to get what they deserve. And that was all I got. I, in passing, mentioned the lupine, very minimally.
How did he react?
He didn't seem shocked at all.
Okay. I guess that's good.
Is it?
When he said they'll get what they deserve, did he say it like they'll get what they deserve? Or was he like, they'll get what they deserve? Like, what was the tone
Dorian,
there?
No, he's got a good point.
every premonition that I receive is a bad omen. The Toreador who died at Elysium. The Garou that got hunted down that we found. Right. The one Mom, and how she died. The one I saw about the Anarchs. And now this one?
Been having quite a few of these premonitions.
I've been getting good at prompting them.
Do I know anything about Malkavian premonitions? Are they always bad?
You're not sure, honestly. The shit doesn't make sense to you. Auspex is a weird thing that, as a Nos, you don't really know much about.
You're saying the deck is stacked against us. There was someone with him in that room.
All right, I guess you said he was in shadows. Could you tell how tall he was? Was he taller than the prince? Shorter?
Was he
Same
taller
size?
than the...
About similar height.
About similar height, and the prince is fairly tall.
Well, that just tells us they're sitting in the same chair.
I mean, there's not that many people who get invited into the prince's chambers like that, and he would talk so candidly with. I'm not saying it's Kaden, but
It could have been one of the hounds. It could have been the sheriff.
Is Kaden the same size as Prince Jackson? Oh, we've seen him in person.
Maybe,
seen-
but I will say, as far like just more meta-wise, like for Willow, the shadowy figure was more of a figure than it was a person. So you probably wouldn't bet so much on like, oh, we might be able to figure out who it is. Was it a large one? Then you would know it's Ballard or something.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like-
Yeah.
the
Understood.
shadow is
Yeah.
vague. I
Yeah.
just know it's someone. Look, you don't say those kinds of things about, like, you don't say the Lysanders are going to get what they deserve because I love them. That's not something the prince would concern himself with. If he's saying that, he's saying it to someone who would delight in our downfall.
Perhaps.
Right. So I'm
Said
going to
these-
say it again. We need allies outside of the Camarilla.
She's
Right.
just gonna look at you.
No.
I
This is
know.
what I've been saying.
No, son. We need to work in the Ventrue circles. That's what we need to do. We need to get them against Kaden. We need to take Kaden down a peg. If Kaden's getting on the good graces of all of the Ventrue, we need to take him down a notch.
And how are we going to do that? We have no allies, and he has many.
What do
We
you
have-
all...
We have one ally.
Who?
Oh,
That we could trust as far as we could throw him.
talking
My
about
sire
your,
has extended her hand, father.
Oh, I thought you meant Fen.
LOL.
Your sire,
Yes,
Ashling Sturbridge.
correct.
I see.
All you need to do is ask, and the Tremere will assist you.
Oh, is that how it works?
In enough words, yes.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
The Tremere are good allies to have, yes.
Can they
Ma-
figure out?
Maybe.
But it's not enough. Look. You want more info, Silas? You all want more info? Yes. The truth is, Ventrue are very possessive of their things and very much into their own bloodlines and where they come from.
Interesting.
Jackson, Ballard, both have the same sire, Loden, the former prince of Chicago. They are all about their bloodline.
Okay.
Bartlett,
Hayden's what? A Hardestat, right?
Hardestat, yes. And with that, he has a lot of sway.
Because is he one of the ones that founded all of this, right? The Camarilla?
You've
Right.
done your research.
Hardestat?
Yes, how did you... Yes. Was that also in one of your premonitions?
No, I've just been listening.
listening to who?
Whoever's willing to talk.
Is this something that teacher Critias was teaching in those night classes? Which, by the way, you should all be attending those night classes. They're kind of like a requirement, but I think just Willow has been going to them.
They're helpful. You learn a lot there.
There's
Okay.
nothing that Critias can teach that I won't learn at the Chantry. Plus, I think I'm a little bit more important than to go to night classes.
Oh. Did you know about the Hardestat line?
No, did you make a wonder drug in 48 hours?
No, I didn't.
All right.
But I did get the territory for us.
We all got the territory for the
Sure.
coterie and the family.
Sure.
Right now, many of the Ventrue are vying for a very important position within the Camarilla, the Seneschal, the right-hand man of the prince, including myself. It's a position that I want, Seneschal. And right
Oh.
now, it's not really working.
Is that what Kaden wants?
I would
Doubtful.
assume yes. No.
Just him? The kid? I don't know. I think one of the elders put him up to it.
Could be possible as well. Perhaps Ballard is the one that wants that role of Seneschal.
Nah,
It's
I
a
hate both
fight.
those old fucks.
So do I.
Ooh.
What I don't understand is
Wow.
how is Caden's plan going to get him in good with Prince Jackson? What about sending Garu into a frenzy? Is it going to make him look good to the prince?
I agree.
I'm,
It's
I'm,
risky.
I'm missing something, right?
It's risky and dangerous.
There's something missing.
Maybe there is something missing. Maybe his own ego thinks that the prince will think it's a great idea. Maybe he thinks he can leverage his Hardestat name to get what he wants. I don't know what the plan is with him. But all I know is he's playing a dangerous game. And yes, things haven't been the best for the Lysander name among the inner Ventrue circles, but it isn't the end. We're not downfalling.
No.
But like I
Why?
said, why?
Why hasn't it been great?
Well, we've had a lot going on in the family, haven't we? The stuff with your mother.
Yes.
It's
I
all
took a-
because of that?
I took a big hit on that, yes. My wife diablerized without permission in the Camarilla.
Yeah,
One
that-
of the
right after
biggest cardinal sins of the Camarilla.
right after we got all of you guys sired, which again costed us a lot. Favors, things like that.
Look, I know you all are new to this still. You're still neonates. You still have a lot to learn, but that's how things operate here. This is how it operates. This is how the Camarilla works. I go back to my original statement. We need to do something about Bartlett. We need to take him down a notch.
That's the
How?
whole thing with the general was.
I thought the way we were going to do that is going to be to win the board seats, right?
Win the board
Are you
seats.
saying
We need more than that. The only
Okay,
way to
so-
stop him from winning this vote is to ruin his reputation.
Dad, he did still ask to meet with me.
Oh, he doesn't know that actually. Wait, fuck. Wait.
What if he
He
died?
said he'd pencil you in, Willow. It's probably just
If he
jerking
died-
you around.
Sure.
okay? I
Oh,
suggested
what-
this before. Are we going to
But
Do this?
we are not going to be anywhere near that if he dies.
Correct.
Because if it traces back to us, we all meet final death for killing a Hardestat.
Correct.
But if someone
Which
else
is-
did it,
right, someone like
the Garu.
outside of the camp. Garu, you're fucking crazy, man.
Even if we want to do that, that's going to take time.
And I don't trust
This
those Garu. We're not working with Garu and we're not working with Anarchs on this. We need to figure it out ourselves.
I don't understand.
We
that.
need to
We've got-
find
no,
a way.
We've got no cards.
We have to
in-
find a
in
way
the
to
deck.
ruin him. Anything to make him seem like he's the board. There's a clause in the board voting. If there's a morality clause. If Kaden seems unwell or something's wrong,
I can do that.
they will cancel the vote.
I can do that. How unwell do you need him to be?
If he does something, think about what Musk did. You know, Elon Musk on Twitter, an X.
Oh my god, our dad is up with the times.
Hey, Dad, what's your handle on Twitter? Let me follow you.
Twitter. Don't look through his likes. It's
At
really,
Lysander.
it's really
If we can get him to do something stupid,
I could do that.
like
God, it'd have to be real stupid, right?
Well, it's more like I've only tried it once, and it was on a mortal. But I sent them to a psych ward.
When did this happen?
wonderful.
It was on accident.
Look,
it's
I get it.
Look, when I
Have you-
talk to people, if I want, I can do things like.
And she kind of does her little hands like this. Again, very similar to how when she was describing it to Adder.
I can take the things that I hear and I can push it on someone else. But since other people aren't really equipped to deal with that, it drives them a little local, a little crazy.
Silas, are you telling me you haven't used any of your powers on the kind? You haven't messed around, see what you could do?
No.
Mine was accidental, to be fair.
it's fine as long as it's not intentionally masquerade. Masquerade.
I mean, he's
breaching.
alive. He's just, probably
Okay.
not mentally well anymore.
That is an option, though I do think that is risky as well. What if it doesn't work? What if he is a Ventrue? He has ways to keep his own composure for these kinds of mental games. So it might not work. What about going for something personal to him?
I don't know. We don't know anything personal about him. I tried to look, but
Yeah, we couldn't.
I know
find
he's got
anything on him.
a lady he sees every once in a while.
Yeah.
She's ministry, right? Jacques, is that what you said?
Yeah, she's managed. Look, I think that's a waste of time, to be honest.
The ministry.
Nice.
What's Bartlett doing with a ministry?
I don't
Apparently
know.
they're dating, right?
She
Why
might be a
is that
member
not
of his
allowed?
coterie,
Who,
or
who are the ministry? I've never heard of ministry before.
The ministry they're technically part of the Camarilla, but again, Jackson does it as more of a nicety. They're a bunch of degenerates, really. I mean, the Toreador are the degenerates, but
Some
Oh, I know
just
the
call
nice
them
the
ones.
ministry.
yeah.
Don't talk about Val like that.
I wouldn't talk about Val, but that is a term that people use for Toreador. But ministry, think about a Toreador, but worse. They
Oh, yeah,
love...
that sounds insufferable.
Well, the
But
one
this
that I
is-
met was very nice. Aluk,
All right.
he was sweet.
He's all right, that one. But who's this? Who's this?
Uh,
The woman.
I forget her name. She ran the art gallery thing downtown. We didn't get a chance to go because we were. And I make a sharp glance at Willow. We were busy, but
The ministry, a Ventrue spending time with a ministry is something a little more uncouth, to say the least.
Well, maybe he's just in love with her, right? Is that just his girlfriend? Would that be weird?
If he's in love with her, then go for her. Go for his heart.
I don't know.
You know, sorry.
Can't you and Dorian, Silas? Can't you and Dorian like tag team this? Maybe both of you use dominate on him at the same time or something. Set up a business meeting. Say you're gonna sell the company to him, and then I don't know, make him pull down his pants, harass the secretary. I don't know.
Or dance like
Is that really that's what we're going for here? I just
Dad said morality clause. I don't know.
Could inject him with
feel
his
like-
own serum.
I feel like all we're doing.
Have we tested that on Kindred?
No.
Worth a shot,
For my
I guess.
calculations, they'd have to be roused. It requires a heartbeat. I
You
was
all need
thinking Willow go to dinner with him. A rouse check. Or get him roused.
I think I can do that.
I mean, if he rages in the middle of a restaurant,
That'd be quite the press.
that is
Okay.
quite the masquerade breach, is it not?
And that's all. We'll just ruin his reputation. We'll win the company back, and then what? What's he gonna do? We're just
There's
gonna let
nothing he can
him-
do.
We're just gonna let him brew on that. We're gonna wait for him to retaliate next time. We're gonna
We're
wait
gonna
for a
have
back and
to.
forth.
Is
Yeah?
that not
Do
what?
we?
Have you not been listening to Dad? God, I can't believe I'm taking his side here.
Silas,
But
he threatened my fucking kids.
We'll
I don't
figure out
want
next
to
time
ruin
after
him.
this,
I
all
want
right?
to kill him.
Yeah, so do I.
We'll
We'll
do
figure
that
out next time after we
eventually.
deal with this.
We just need him off our back. Once he's off our backs and he's licking his wounds in the shadows, Dorian, be my guest.
I
But
won't
for
object
now-
to say I want him dead as well, but we cannot do that now. This is not the time for that.
Why not?
Because if he suddenly dies after this,
It'll be
after the
obvious.
board meeting, yes, it'll come right back to us. No matter how much we try to hide it, there are ways to enter into our minds to admit what's happening. Jackson and his hounds use it all the time. The Tremere use it all the time. They can find anything on us, and that's it. We cannot do that now. We do what we find a way to take him down if you want to do that, or I still think maybe going for the heart is a good idea.
We've got to figure out if he actually likes her first, which I can probably do.
Nas seemed to think he does, but I don't think it's a good idea. That's my vote.
Dorian, Willow,
What?
you don't want to go after whatever her name is?
I'm totally fine with going after her. I just want to make sure. I need to know more about her. I can't really go after someone I don't know yet.
You know what? I kind of like the frenzy idea.
Yeah.
I kind of like this idea. I think
should
it would
last
be-
resort.
Hell, he even
I thi-
breaks
I-
the masquerade big enough. It might be final death for him.
I think we should lean into this. I think we should make him lose it in public badly. Willow, you said we should trust you, that you can handle this, right? You're the one that suggested it. Can you
Yeah.
do it or not?
I've never tried it on an actual kindred.
Well, do you think you can do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and there's no repercussions if I fail at it. I mean, we were gonna go out anyway, right?
Unless he's willing to do something to you in public. I
Well,
don't know.
Guess we'll find out. Hell, would look even worse, right?
So what is your plan? What is the decision here?
We set up this meeting between Willow and Kaden. Some were public. Fancy restaurant downtown. Hell, maybe we even get reporters there. We leak it to some tabloids.
That would be good.
Okay.
If you say you can do this, then I think we do it.
What if it doesn't work?
Do we lose anything? It seems pretty
Maybe-
low risk.
Maybe we can hedge our bets a little. All right, maybe Jacques can go and investigate this woman.
I really would rather not.
Well, you're the sneaky one. You can.
You do that while I do this.
You could probably get
She's
to her.
got like an entourage of drugged up weirdos around her.
Dad, I mean, this was you're the one that said you thought that was a good idea. I mean, what?
You want me to do it, son? You want me to go to the ministry?
Well,
and
I
talk
was
to them?
saying I was saying Jacques. I'm just saying, back me up here. This was your
Jacques,
plan.
why don't you do the research then?
Oh, crap.
Which, by the way, we need to talk later.
Yeah, all right.
Oh,
All right.
What about we're here now?
What are we talking about?
It's something between Jacques and I.
Right. Yeah. These secrets have been working out great for this family.
Anyone want to come with me to this drug den? Anyone familiar with the party scene?
Why don't you two go to the drug den with him?
I mean,
I have to go see my wife.
Jacques, you want me to come with you? Maybe I can save a life or something and get her in our good graces.
Yeah, maybe. All right. Yeah, fine, let's do it.
So we're going to a ministry art gallery?
I think
Well,
the
I
art
can give you
gallery's
the
closed.
card.
Willow, sweetie, we missed that.
I know, but it has his contact information on it. If you can get in contact with him, I bet you can find her.
I think she's got a club downtown or something. We can go there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I want this solved. I want this Kaden thing. I want to see him taken down a peg. We're not taking him down tonight. We're not taking him down next week. These things take time. But this plan, I want to see it through, and I want to see him taken down a peg.
I think we all want that.
Yeah.
You all did well on your first job with Jackson. Willow, I assume things from what you said went well with him.
Yeah.
Back at the house, there's a couple of floors that are open. You all can take them to yourself. You don't have to worry about prying eyes of myself or my ghouls. You can take part of our family home for your own use as a coterie. Jacques won't be there.
Yeah.
Take that.
Same routine.
Take that space for yourselves. Use it for what you need. And start acting like a coterie, as you already have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Are we Willow, should you call Kaden and let's get this scheduled so we know when this is going to happen?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can call
I'll-
him again.
Silas,
Yes.
Junior, I'm gonna go freshen up, and we can go whenever you're ready.
Okay.
All right. So you all make way with your plans, your operations. You leave your father's office. And we are going to take a very late break. I apologize, everybody. I just wanted to get. I
It's
wanted
the
to
season
get to.
finale. We're
I
ready.
wanted to get to this point to figure out what you guys were gonna do, and we're gonna do. Thanks everybody for sticking with us. This is gonna be a bit of a longer episode, but
Snacks, drinks, PPs.
get yourselves hydrated and
10
get
minutes?
yourselves ready. Yeah, we'll give a 10-minute break.
Do your SDPs. Snack strings peepees.
I was like,
All right.
SDPs.
The SDPs, got it.
we'll be right back, everybody.
Be back.
Blood.
we return to Ancestral Blood, our season 1 finale. And we start with Jacques and Silas Jr. The two of you are making your way to a small club.
Jacques has dolled himself up for this. Like good
Okay.
perfume, excessive makeup, slicked his hair back, everything. He's trying to look as good as possible, but he seems really nervous.
Silas looks. He took his doctor's coat off.
Uh,
Why are you shaking? Why are you
look,
tapping your foot?
I'm just, I had a plan for how we were gonna do this the other day, me and Willow, but I think that's kind of a bad idea.
Yeah. So what is the plan? We can't just walk in and be like, "Hey, fuck
I
Kaden
mean,
Bartlett."
we gotta walk in there and talk to her, see what she knows, see if she's willing to deal. I honestly wish they had sent Dorian or Willow or something.
Why?
No offense to you. I mean, I shouldn't be here either.
Why? Why? Talk to me, Jacques. Come on.
I'm not really a people person. One might argue whether I'm a person at all. So,
Jacques, I tell people they're dying for a living.
Yeah,
I'm not much of a people person either.
that's exactly my point. That's my point. We shouldn't be going. Oh, fuck. All right. Here we go.
Well, let's just make the best out of it.
Yeah.
Look, it's not like we're gonna die, right?
Mystery, yeah. It's a possibility.
You begin to make your way. This club is located in an area of that Kindred in Chicago call the Rack, and this area is a general open feeding area. It's like a strip of area in Chicago, and there's various clubs, bars in the area, but there's one particular smaller, more intimate nightclub called Forbidden Kiss. And you make your way in. You actually hand the bouncer the card from Aluk that Willow gave you. And that gives you entry. And as you enter in, you realize, yes, it makes sense that you need something to get in. This is a more private club. There's not a lot of people here, but as you walk in, it's very alluring. There's an air of seduction in here.
Ooh.
It's kind of like, I would say almost like speakeasy style, where it's like a very like secret entrance tucked away in like a dimly lit area. There's a velvet curtain. And you look and you see couples, and not just 1 to 2 people, but 2 to 3 people together whispering in each other's ears.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. We don't belong here.
You can tell there's a mix of kindred and kind in here, but there's certainly kindred within the mix. This is some sort of kindred club.
All right. Well, what does she look like? Do you have anything to go off? What? You know her name? I hope you know her name.
It's no, I had it off the top of my head. Thea, I think.
Thea?
Was it Thea?
Ah, Thea, yes. You see the bartender actually overhearing your conversation. If you're looking for her, she's in the back room.
Oh, good. Yeah.
She might be a little
Thea,
busy,
by the way,
but
Thea.
Can I get you two gentlemen something to drink?
I'm okay, thank you.
Oh, come now. You're in a club with all the decadences. You must enjoy in some of our pleasures. Perhaps.
Jacques, is this a fucking sex club? Did you take me to a sex club?
It's among other things, yes. It can
I'll
also
have gin and tonic, please.
Gin and tonic. And what about for you, sweet thing?
No, I usually prefer my drinks more lively than that.
She mixes a gin and tonic, and she gets 2 of them, and hands one and passes them along the counter. At least humor me, doll. If you don't drink it, you can at least hold it in your hand, so you don't feel out of place.
Nice accessory, thank you.
She's in the back, and the bartender points to the back.
Okay.
Don't make me grab you by the arm.
Yeah, don't you even fucking try. Let's just go.
Like, hey, it's business. We're here for business.
I open up like one curtain and I'm like, Thea! And it's not the right room. Go to the next one. This one maybe. Thea! Hey!
You enter into the room at an interesting sight. You see a beautiful woman dressed in a elegant dress and jewels. She looks at you, and you see below her 2 men. One of them right at her ankles. And she looks at you. Oh, I wasn't expecting more company.
Yeah, you remember me, Jacques, Lysander,
Lysander, yes. I
was like
remember them. Yes.
couple decades back we last met, I think.
Yes, it's been some time, hasn't it?
Yeah, you called me creepy.
Oh, well, is there something special you're looking for this evening?
Is he okay?
Oh, sorry about that. And she looks down and you see a collar around his neck. And she grabs the leash on the collar. She says, "Now be a good boy and head out." And he nods and says, "Yes, mistress." And walks out of the room. This is some bullshit.
Dorian and Willow are missing out.
Damn it!
I shouldn't have stayed home.
Y'all should have come.
I'm really sad.
And you watch the man walk on all 4 paws out of the room.
Nice place you got here.
Yes. This is my club. And I haven't seen 2 handsome gentlemen like yourselves walk in.
Yeah, you think I'm handsome? That's...
Yes, well, I have to make up for the creepy comment all those years ago, don't I?
That's very kind of you.
And
Yeah.
who might you be? And she looks immediately to you, Silas.
I'm Silas Lysander, Jr.
Oh.
Yeah, he's my grandson.
Oh. Interesting. And she looks at you with a tantalizing smile.
Stop it, Thea. My uncle's right here.
Doesn't he look
Lysander,
like his
descendant.
grandpa?
Okay, okay. Just Thea.
I had no
Forgive-
idea. I had no idea the Silas Lysander himself had such cute sons.
Well, I am the better looking of the 2, so.
Yes, I've seen the other one in the news. I would agree.
You're too kind. As much as I'd like this to be a pleasure call, it is more of a business call.
Yeah.
Oh, why not a little bit of both?
Maybe it could become both.
Oh, I do hate talking business on one of my fun nights, but I see you came out here for a reason, and I see that determination in your eyes.
Yes. I don't know how much you keep up with politics. A woman of your stature probably doesn't lower herself to those standards.
Of course not.
We heard through the grapevine you know Kaden Bartlett.
Oh, Kaden. Yes, I know Kaden very well.
How well?
Oh, I don't kiss and tell.
You don't. Could I maybe break that rule?
But what am I going to get out of it if we break the rule?
What would you like?
I rolled a composure check. Real quick. I only have 2 in composure, and
cannot handle
I
this hot
got
woman.
0 successes. So Jacques is like, after the handsome comment, beat red, unable to really. I am a
kind of
high
no
school
go.
kid standing at next to the wall at the school dance. That's what I am right now.
I love that.
Little wallflower?
Yeah.
Well, I think there are lots of things I would like, but I don't make people do things they don't want to do. I will tell you at least this. Kaden and I are close. I'm sure you've gotten that much, but if you want to know any more, perhaps we deal in the way that the Camarilla do typically deal, make this more of an official thing. Perhaps a little boon.
What did you have in mind?
A boon that I can call upon when I so need it.
Are we talking minor or major?
It depends. I'll give you a little story here and there and tell you what you want about Kaden, but if I don't know what your little intentions are with this information.
Kaden's been putting his nose where it doesn't belong.
It's unsurprising.
We need something to knock him down a peg.
Oh, I see. Well, if that's the case, I might be able to help you
Any
out.
Little dirty secret you have on him?
I'm full of dirty secrets.
Oh, I bet you are.
If that's the case, for secrets, for dirty little secrets, I think those require a major boon.
Okay. Let me just confer with my uncle here and see what he thinks.
Yes.
Hey, what does a major boon entail? Look, you're the Tremere life boon for me. Major can't be too bad, huh?
Yeah, major. Well, I mean,
You would know major boons, usually, according to the rules, for like getting technical, and you can roleplay this how you want. Grants rich hunting grounds to another, reveals a major secret, so secret for secret maybe. Leveraging resources towards someone else's agenda, changing a vote in a council.
pretty much anything short of a life, as long as they're not asking for, your friend or family member to die or for you to kill someone. They can ask. Secrets, you name it. feeding ground. I mean, but you wouldn't have that. You're a doctor, so your involvement in various and I look over his shoulder, physical activities. I don't know.
Okay. Is it worth it?
If she's got good dirt, maybe. Kid, look, Boon is it's a serious thing. If you make this agreement, I can't promise you how it's gonna play out. But you'd be doing a solid for your family. But I couldn't ask you to do that. So
Isn't family
entirely up
everything,
to you.
Jacques?
What?
Isn't family everything? Isn't that what you taught us?
Yeah, I've tried to believe that. Yeah. Lately, I don't know.
All right, Thea. Let's make a deal.
I like to make my deals with a little sealed in a kiss. A kiss on the cheek. It doesn't have to be anything too major. She leans in and if you don't mind.
I'll gladly.
She leans in and gives you a kiss on the cheek, and you feel the slither of her kiss on right near your neck. And she says, well, the deal goes both ways.
And he would lean in and give her a kiss.
Well then, and she turns around for a moment and gathers a few things on the desk next to her. She takes a sip from the wine that's on the end table. Kaden, Bartlett. He and I have been on and off for years now, you know? It's quite interesting when he stumbled into my club all those years ago. I think he's got a little vice, you know? He likes to spend his time with us, with clan ministry. I don't judge for it, of course.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
There's no judgment here.
No judgment from me either.
I'm happy to see him here when he is here, and we have a good time. In many ways, we have a good time. Sometimes, maybe a little too good. You know? See, that's the thing with ministry. We let ourselves indulge in the pleasures of our own life. That's the whole point of this gift. It's not to sit and cower away, it's to indulge. Why else would we be given such a good gift?
I can't disagree with that.
Kaden, I think...
It is a gift, is it not? The gift of unlife?
Unlife, yes. I'm so glad you agree. Tell me, actually, what clan do you find yourself a part of?
Tremere.
Tremere. Can't say I've had any Tremere in here before. He would be the first.
Oh, well, it's an honor. There's a first for everything, I always like to say.
Well, yes, so back to the Kaden. Sometimes, yes, we have a little too much fun. There was one night. It feels wrong to even share this. There was one night that we got a little drunk. Drinking off of kindred who have a lot to drink. It's quite tantalizing, you know? It's a lot of fun, and Kaden, he partakes as well.
Feeding off other kindred.
Yes. Well, feeding off kine. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Feeding off of kine. And, well, one night, he just got a little too drunk, a little too overzealous. He might have drank somebody almost completely dry. And I might have maybe gotten a little bit of footage of it.
Oh. There are cameras around here.
No. And she pulls out a phone. Don't tell Damien this. I don't want him at my door tomorrow night.
It'll be our little secret, Thea.
Thank you. I just in case, you know. I mean, he is a Ventrue after all, and I don't get many Ventrue at my doorstep, and just in case something was to go wrong, I might have got it. Just in case. I'm not saying that's something I do regularly, of course not. But you know how it is.
You gotta
have to
cover
be
your
prepared.
ass.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And to be honest, Kaden and I, the last time we saw each other, it didn't go quite as well as I had wanted it to. I mean, usually our visits together are quite pleasant, but the last time he seemed agitated. Something was wrong, and he said some things to me that I'd rather not repeat. And we haven't seen each other since.
He was mean to you?
Yeah. And I have to say, he's always been a very pleasant gentleman.
Yeah,
Always been a gentleman, actually. Something seemed unnaturally wrong with him.
I
don't
add
know.
it to the reasons I want him dead.
Anyway, I don't want to do this to Kaden. I really don't. You know? I care about him.
It's admirable, though, what you're doing.
Yes. I think so too. Quite admirable.
So, I can get you a new phone if you'd like to part with that one.
That might be helpful, yes.
And look, I'm sure... Unfortunately, this place is pretty apparent, so it will... If this does come out, it will come back to you. Are you prepared to face those consequences?
Maybe it won't. Or maybe I'll be gone by the time that happens. I know what I'm getting into. I know what I'm about. I know what my clan's about. They will protect me. We may be small in number in Chicago, but we're not to be underestimated.
No one is underestimating you tonight, Thea. I can promise you that one.
I appreciate you, Silas.
It's been quite the eye-opening experience here tonight. I didn't know these types of things existed.
Well, now you do.
And it's going to be a shame when you leave.
Perhaps Perhaps you'll come back before that happens.
Maybe I will.
Well, and she looks to Jacques, who has just been a wallflower in this conversation. And what about you, elder to Silas?
Yeah, no, I'd love to come by sometime. Again, maybe soon. Maybe, yeah.
I think you would have a good time.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah.
And if things don't, pan out for me here at this club, she hands you a card to another club called the Painted Lady. This one is run by someone of your clan, Nosferatu. Perhaps you'll feel a bit more less stiff, at that club.
I don't know what you mean, but yeah, sure, I'll check it out.
Well, is there anything else I can do for you two boys?
I think we've gotten what we've came for, to be honest.
Of course, just the business.
Pleasure comes later.
Not here usually, but that's all right.
Anything else, Jacques?
No, we're good. We're good.
Thank you, Thea.
She takes another a sip of her wine and gives you both a small wave.
I also give her a wink.
Have you touched your gin and tonic?
No.
I take it from you and I finish it.
Did you blush of life?
Did you blush of life?
Or do you just puke that up? Okay.
I did blush of life and I already finished mine.
Puke it up.
Those aren't drugged, are they?
No.
Oh,
She's not.
Thank God.
It's not that kind of club, darling. But if you do want some, you can head to the booth 2 aisles down.
No, we're good. Thank you. I was actually asking the storyteller that question, but that's fine. I just didn't know how much deep shit I was about to be in, whether I was gonna like get in the car and be like, whoa. Just, yeah.
The two of you head out with some info. Silas, you take the phone. It is a flip phone, but it's not like a super ancient one. It's a bit more modern. So you're cycling through her photos, and there's some things in there in her gallery that you kind of have to just get through.
Or maybe not. Maybe save them. Yeah.
That's for later.
Yeah. I'm gonna hang on to this phone, Jacques.
You did good. You did
I'll
good,
be in my
kid.
bunk.
When I was a younger kid, but I had a thing for her. She's but
She's a pistol, isn't she?
yeah, no, you really got the moves in there. You remind me of me when I was before this.
You can't say the Lysanders don't have a little bit of charisma, right?
Oh yeah, no, I had game back then. It was a long time ago though.
I believe it.
Silas, as you're scrolling through the photos, they're not the best quality, but they're pretty good quality photos, at least for like a flip phone. You do find some interesting images. You see pictures of Kaden. You see blood streaming down his mouth. You see his arms around a woman. You see her looking up at him. As you take a look closer, you see his golden fangs protruding from his mouth.
What do we
This
got?
is just photos of him feeding?
It sure enough looks like photos of him feeding. I have a reference of this. It's obviously not Kaden, but this is in one of the books. So to give you an idea of what you're seeing, that's what you see.
But don't all kindred I'm sorry, I'm struggling to find how this is incriminating. I don't know if I missed that.
What do we got? What do you got there?
It's just photos of him feeding.
Feeding? Like
Yeah.
blood?
Yeah.
That's a masquerade breach.
Okay. Will we leak him to the press or something?
No, we don't do that. If we do that, then we're breaching it with them. But if they end up in the wrong hands,
I apologize.
It's not about the public.
Yes. Understood. Now be honest with me, Jacques. How fucked am I?
it depends on what she wants. I mean, she took a liking to you. Maybe she just wants you for a weekend or something, you know? Hey, it's not so bad. Of course, you know, let's say she wants to destroy a family member of yours.
I thought that
Destroy
was a
their
life
reputation the way we're destroying Kaden's.
boon.
You'd be expected to deliver.
Got it.
Kindred, we always deliver in on our boons.
I understand. For the family, right?
Yeah. I put my arm around Silas. For the family, kid.
The two of you drive off. And we cut to Willow. Willow, you reach out to Kaden.
I do.
Kaden accepts. Actually, what is it that you propose with Kaden?
I don't know. Is Kaden here? I could just ask him. What would I propose? What's a nice, Chris, what's a nice restaurant in Chicago? Like real fancy.
Linnea's 3 Michelin star.
Okay, Alinea then. She would,
Alinea.
she would just say, hey, you know, if you want to talk, maybe,
It's in the West Loop.
maybe, you take me out to Alinea. Why not? Been a week or two since I've been there, so.
Kaden does accept this. And he says he will get it rented. He will work on the reservations.
Good.
For a couple of nights from now.
Okay.
What do you think? Sorry, we're not there.
Eventually, the lot of you reconvene.
Okay.
Is there anything else that you need to plan or figure out?
Well, how did the meeting go? Do you have anything I can go into this meeting with him with?
We have a phone full of pictures of Kaden feeding on Kine. Obvious breaches of the masquerade.
I see. Okay. Did you happen to get his tastes at all? Anything more
Yeah.
social that I can use?
He has particular tastes.
And they are?
More... What's the word for this, Jacques? Exquisite? A lot of deep V's, if you know get my drift.
Gotcha.
Look, I don't know if you have to go through with this. What Silas got? I mean, I don't know if we could do anything with it directly, but it's leverage.
I don't really lose in any way. It's not like we're losing anything by doing it. Maybe we get something else, maybe we don't. I think I can suffer through a dinner with him.
Let her do it. Obviously, she doesn't need our permission to do it, but...
I mean, you know. Again, I think I'd agree if we were risking something here, but I don't think we lose anything by doing it. So, I mean, if it's a flop, it's a flop. We still have the photos.
Maybe just keep the disciplines in the back pocket. Have dinner with him.
It's a last resort. I don't want to go overboard. I know I can do it, but I also don't want to. Well, I don't know how bad it'll be, so it is a
Maybe
last
bring
resort.
Dorian then. In case.
No. Don't bring
No?
Dorian to dinner with you.
I'm just being.
Let her go.
Whatever. Fine. Yeah, whatever.
She's in public.
If he does anything to me, it's in public because Dorian's already hired the press, right? Paid off a few paparazzi to be there.
And the bloodstone is cooking. It should be done.
Okay.
If anything happens, I'll know where you are, or if something bad happens, you can crush it, and I'll know that you crushed it.
I'll crush it if I need immediate help.
Correct.
How about that? Okay, I can do that. Easy
But
enough.
in case he dominates you to go somewhere, we'll know where you are.
Okay. That sounds good. See, we have a backup. And again, we'll be in public. Anything he does will be caught. So, who knows? Maybe he'll get really upset and do something embarrassing in front of the cameras. Something little, but still. Every bit helps.
Fine.
Okay.
It'll be okay.
A few nights pass, and I would like you all to roll one rouse check in the succession of nights that are to follow.
We have a fail.
Okay?
Success.
Fail.
Okay.
I'm at hunger too.
You, Willow, you head to the restaurant.
Yes.
I will dress according to what Silas told me. I will dress very elegantly. All black.
You are dressed to the nines for this occasion, and Lucas drives you up to this restaurant.
I'm bringing Machiavelli, though. He always comes. He's in
your
the purse, though. He's in
He's
the
in a
purse,
little
though.
clutch. He's just squeezed
He's-
in there.
Yeah, it's a bigger clutch, than normal, so he can fit in there.
You, as you pull up, you do see, sure enough, there are press outside.
Hi.
However, one thing you notice as you're pulling in is you don't see any other cars in the parking lot when the valet pulls you in.
He rented out the whole of Elia to talk to me. Cute. It's impressive.
As you pull in, the valet takes, well, I guess you have a limo, so they don't take your car.
Yeah.
Lucas leaves you,
I'll
and
tell you the hot goss later, Lucas.
and you head in as, yes, a gentleman greets you at the front and takes you up the stairs to a balcony, not a balcony, but an upper level in the restaurant to a table where you see Kaden sitting. And sure enough, yes, the restaurant is just for the two of you.
Empty. Wow. Cleaned out Elia for me. Okay. How sweet. Okay. I will approach.
So, yeah, as you approach, Kaden will get
hello.
up and he'll adjust his jacket and he will walk across the table and he will pull out the chair for you. Please, Willow, have a seat.
I didn't expect you'd rent out the whole of the restaurant.
I'm surprised. You think you deserve less?
No, I suppose I don't.
Exactly. Yeah, helps scoot you into the table if you proceed.
Yeah,
And then
yeah,
he'll
she
go
will.
and he'll sit down on the opposite of you. Yeah, I've known the owner for years now, and occasionally have some get-togethers and parties. So it was nothing for me to. Well, I figured we should have a nice, proper place to chat.
Of course. No, this is one of my favorite spots. I never thought to rent it out. You
Oh,
don't miss the people,
wonderful.
though?
I don't really have time for people.
What do you mean?
Let's just say I'm ambitious. There's a lot that draws my attention.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes it's for fun, pleasure. He gives you a wry smile. Most of the time, though, it's business.
See. So which one is this?
What do you want this to be? He kind of like sits back a little bit.
Well, seeing as you're the only person I've met in my whole life, which isn't long, I'll admit, that has ever outplayed my father. I've never seen it done. I'm impressed.
Are you?
Yes. So I thought it was prudent that I grant a man such as yourself the time for a conversation. I'm very curious about you.
I'm sure you are. What would you like to know?
Well, there's lots, of course, and especially if you're going to be running the company. Though I suppose we'll have lots of time to talk about those kinds of things.
I'm surprised you haven't led with that. I met with your brothers and tried my best to extend an olive branch of sorts to get on a better footing. They weren't very keen.
Yeah, they're good people, but they are both very stubborn. Prideful, though I guess in some way we all are. It's kind of it's in our DNA, I think.
Why?
I'm sure you can relate. I I care about the family business. I do. It's afforded me a lot of nice things in life. The best of lives. I'm allowed to do whatever I want when I want, and that's quite nice, and I would like that to keep happening. And whatever route that may be that gets me there is the one that I want to take. You understand?
I see. You can do whatever you want, whenever you want, with whomever you want. You a
Mhm.
bit. I always kind of saw you as a little bit of a rebel in the family.
Interesting. A little bit. I don't really fit in too much with the family, but I mean, still, they're still my family. I don't want anything bad to ever happen to them. You know?
And I don't want anything bad to happen to your family either. I feel like, yes, I came on a bit strong, but it surprised me how certain people responded. You know, I thought Silas Sr. would have done a better job of preparing specifically Dorian. I mean, he's a fucking Ventrue for crying out loud, and my god, apple fell real far from the tree. But with that being said, I thought he would have appreciated the move a bit, at least had a business respect. So I realized I kind of laid a heavy hand early on, so I went back and tried to smooth things over a bit, and it didn't go well. I unfortunately got caught up in some personal business with him that I didn't really want to, but you know, these things happen, I suppose.
Yeah. If you're looking for their respect, you'll never get it, no matter what you do.
That makes it difficult to move
Yeah.
forward, doesn't it?
I mean, you're fucking them over. Do you need their respect?
Am I though?
Aren't you?
No. Quite the opposite.
Okay. Explain.
I need a company.
Don't
That
you have
company? Oh, I have many. But I wanted this one. So I went and I took it.
one?
That's
Uh-huh.
all it is. And there is a place for everybody at the table. You do know that your family's name holds a lot of regard, a lot of history.
I do.
Why would I want to soil that to a point of no redemption? It's business.
Uh-huh. So you chose this one specifically.
I did.
Why exactly this one, not some other Ventrue family?
Oh, it had nothing to do with you specifically. You were just the ones that had control of the company and were in the way. I don't have any personal vendetta against the Lysanders.
So then
was
it's more
telling-
about the company?
Well, I was telling Dorian and Silas that we could be extremely powerful allies, but they didn't really seem to play with that idea very well. And I get it, it's been tense.
Yeah.
Didn't really leave a lot of time to let things cool off a bit.
Yeah, it's been tense. So it's the company then that you want, right? What specifically drew you to it?
You
if
are
I
good.
can ask?
Yes. I like it. You're prying. You're asking the questions. You're trying to get to what's behind everything. But
I'm just trying
this
to
is our-
understand you.
this is our first date. I don't kiss and tell on a first date.
Well, we haven't gotten to the kissing yet.
And we won't. I'm a gentleman.
Okay. So I'm not allowed to ask that question.
You can ask. I just might not tell you yet.
Okay.
But I told them I would be happy to sit down and have a conversation about the future. But they made it very poignant that I'm not really in the family or the board. So I figured I might as well wait. Only a matter of weeks at this point, right? I think 2.
Yeah, 2. So then, what do you see in the future? What do you want to happen? Can I ask that?
Of course.
Will you answer?
let's just say that I see the city as a whole, and I see many facets in that city. There's a lot of inner workings among many kinds of people, kindred, clans. I just want to make sure I have my place in it.
Your place.
Well, let's be honest, I already do. But, we've been given this opportunity, and we should be ambitious, right? Some of us
Right.
have a right.
Right, your clan.
What about you? You're asking a lot about me, and well, I just feel like I'm being a rude host by not asking a little bit about you. Why would you come meet me for a date when you said so yourself? I'm practically trying to ruin your family. I find that kind of peculiar, even though I'm not. It's really just business. I really just want the company.
Why would I? Mostly out of curiosity. Like I said, no one's ever really had quite frankly, the audacity to step to my father or my brothers in that way before. Ever. It was interesting. I've never seen that look cross my father's face. The utter shock that he tried to conceal at that board meeting.
Do go on with that. What? Shocked, you say?
Like he didn't expect it. Well, he's very keen on control. I think maybe it's a Ventrue thing. Perhaps. He's always gotten what he wants. I think that's the first time something's caught him off guard. So I was just curious what kind of man could do that.
Connected one. Smart one.
Uh-huh.
You know this. I mean, you're here with all kinds of honey on your lips. Flattering. You're very good at this.
Flattering?
Yes.
I'm just observing. See, that's what my clan is good at.
What have you been
Noticing.
seeing?
I could see if you'd extend your hand.
I think I'm fine where I'm at. Maybe we can have some fun later, but let's not rush things.
And I suppose I can't display that yet.
But what do you want? Willow?
What do I want?
Yeah. Do you want to be leading some large portion of Lysander business? Do you want, I don't know, a brothel? Do you
Do I
want to
seem
just
the type?
party? I'm just trying to figure you out. You're here. We're having a wonderful evening together. You're asking me about my desires, my ambitions. What do you want?
What do I want?
And please be honest with me. I know you care about your family. Okay? I know you're not thrilled with me. You probably hate me like they do.
Hate.
But-
That's an awfully strong word.
Well, you should have seen the way they looked at me.
And they look, I mean, you kind of shit over everything they know.
Yeah,
It's
I
fair.
did. Yeah, fair enough. I guess that's true.
See, and while you're right, I do care a lot about that. They're my brothers, and I want them to be happy. Like, every bit of happiness in this world that they can have, I want them to have it. They deserve it. But only them. My uncle is pretty sweet, too.
Jacques, right?
Yeah, Jacques.
I think I saw him with you when I was leaving.
He's a good man, and he values family. And he actually acts on that. He doesn't just say it.
That's what it comes down to, though, isn't it?
Action.
Family.
Well,
But which family? Right? Is it your clan, or is it the Lysanders? Which takes precedent? At the end of the day, which one falls to you more? Which one provides you comfort or understanding or a future?
neither.
Willow, do tell. Now I'm intrigued. And you can see as he's talking to you and he's like leaning back, he's comfortable. But you notice every once in a while, he just kind of like not really thinking about it. You see him just kind of roughly touch the scar on his face as he's just kind of leaning back and just kind of like listening and talking to you.
Well, my family does a lot of things for me. The family name affords me anything, really, financially. And that's nice, it is. And my brothers, I mean, they practically raised me. Silas and Dorian, Val. They're all I had, Jacques, growing up. So in that way, they really are my family, and they do provide a lot. My clan, I don't really know anyone except for my sire, so I don't feel any connection to them. I just want my brothers and sister to be happy, and I want my father to get what he deserves. Is that really so wrong?
Not at all. And I'm telling you, I wouldn't want to stand in that way either. Right?
Well,
But you keep talking about your brothers and your father and your sister and hell, even Uncle Jacques. But you're not talking about yourself. You're sitting here talking about everybody else's happiness. And if it's not with your family and it's not with your clan, where do you find that happiness? Where do you go? What's your future?
It's a good question. I guess I'm still figuring it out.
Not a whole lot of options outside of that. Good ones, at least.
Oh?
Yes. What, are you gonna go meddle with some fucking anarchs?
I laugh into the camera.
No, I mean, I think you can find identity within yourself. You don't have to attach your identity to your family or your clan. I can be something separate from those two things. If
And
I
what?
assign my worth to other people, an idea of a clan, I don't know. That's not me. I'm just gonna be myself at the end of the day. You remove the clan, the family name, I'm still the same person.
I can respect that.
Are you not the same? If you're not a Bartlett, if you're not a Ventrue, are you still not just Kaden? Does anything change, really?
I think we see a little differently in that regard.
It's
But-
okay.
I'm not here to judge. I'm not a judgmental person. I mean, there was a reason, after all, that I did reach out to you. It seemed like you, out of anybody, was not very happy. I mean, maybe Silas Jr., but
That's just his face.
he just always, like... I mean, I thought I looked bad, but Jesus, he just, like, has a stick up his ass all the time, right?
Yeah, he's kind of been forced to be that way. I mean, you be the first son under a man like Silas Sr.
I suppose that's true. He's
He's a despicable man, really.
He's a
my father, not Silas.
No. No, I don't think Silas Jr.'s, I haven't had a lot of conversations with him. I don't even think Dorian is a bad individual. And in
No.
fact, he's done quite a lot of things. I've watched his career very closely.
I'm curious what the two of you are. This conversation, it continues, and you talk about your family. What is it?
That we're trying to get out of each other.
What is the vibe? Is really I mostly want to see if I need you to make manipulation, charisma
I'm being honest
rolls
so far.
or are you being mostly genuine?
Yeah.
I kind of see this as like we're
Sussin.
cordial, but we're playing cat and mouse. We're digging, yet
It is.
we're being respectful. I'm not. I haven't attempted, nor will I attempt to use any powers or
No,
or anything
no
like
powers.
that. Like
The only time I
Yes.
attempted, I very openly
disciplines.
asked. Yeah.
yeah. And so I think this meeting is really just kind of like an initial, like, suss the other person out a bit, see if you can glean a little bit of information, understand kind of a little bit of that. But I think both parties, I mean, the way I'm feeling the vibe, and at least how Kaden is that like you're very guarded. You're not giving up trade secrets or anything like that. It's just
Well,
we're
you
just
haven't
kind of
asked me
figuring
any,
each other out.
You haven't asked me for any secrets yet.
I've prodded a little bit, but you haven't given me
prodded a
much
little
to work on. So
And
Okay.
I think I would say this back and forth
can get it.
continues. Is there anything the two of you would like to do as you enjoy your meal? Of course,
Yes.
Kaden gets you both your own meal preferences,
Oh.
and
it's all been taken care of. Whatever you want.
you're able to slate a dot of hunger
Nice.
from this meal.
Yes. If we have to get into the real now, yes, I'll get into the real. Yes.
You don't have to. That's up to you.
I think maybe after a bit of like we have a little sippy of our drink, the conversation goes on a little bit. She kind of set her glass down, lean back in her chair.
Well, we've done the whole dancing around it.
Well, I can take you dancing if you'd like.
Oh, I'm quite good at it.
I bet you are.
I do prefer the more alternative clubs, though. Do you think you could handle that?
What do you mean?
She kind of looks you up and down like you're in a fucking suit. Can you get down at the alternative ones?
How do you mean?
You just don't seem the type.
What party?
Yeah, you're a bit too, stuffy looking. Handsome, of course, sorry. But, suited up.
A lot of individuals like the suit.
Oh, it certainly suits you. I do prefer a bit more leather, though.
I see. Interesting. I've been known to go out and party or throw parties. I mean, I'm sure I can throw a party at some point.
Of
Have you
course.
come by?
I would be more than happy to. You do have one thing, though, that really catches my eye about your appearance. It gives off... The suit is nice, put together like all the men in my family. But the one thing that really draws me to you is that scar. Gives you character. It's interesting because a man with your money could fix that. It's an easy surgery. But you haven't. Which means you've kept it for a reason. Right?
Perceptive.
I assume it's not just to pick up ladies. Though I'm sure that does help.
It can help, it can hinder, but a bit defining, don't you think?
It is. Like I said, it gives you character. It shows you've lived a life. Something interesting happened. Why did you
Quite.
keep it?
Because I wanted to.
You wanted to. You're not making a point with it?
Oh, a point's being made.
But to who?
Well, guess you'll have to find out.
I do so badly want to know. So I guess I will.
Well, then we should set something up in the future.
Ooh. We get another one of these?
I mean, if you want. You don't have to. We can
Well,
just call this what it was, or we can continue at a later date.
you'll have to rent out something a bit more grand.
Sure. I could just... Never mind. Look, I've had a lovely time, but I do have to get going here shortly. I apologize. City never sleeps.
Of course. You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
What do you mean?
Take the company from my father.
I mean, it's really out of my hands now, isn't it? Can't really stop it one way or the other. Unless I resign, but why would I do that?
You didn't once ask me to fight for you or with you. It's interesting.
Why would I? You wouldn't.
How do you know I wouldn't?
Now. Perhaps maybe in time, but family ties are deep, especially with your family's name.
Mm-hmm.
I make it a very good business, a very good career with making deals and reading people, and I don't just jump into bed with anybody.
Of course. Part of stat and all.
He does, you see a little bit of an eye raise. He acknowledges that you'd mentioned it. He gives a little bit of a smirk. Nothing more. Well, I've had a wonderful time, Willow Lysander. Thank you for being absolutely ravishing. Honestly, it was a pleasure.
You know, I had a better time than I thought I was going to. You should invite me to that party.
I will. I'll make
can
sure you
show
get an invite.
I can show you how to loosen up a little bit, even if you're in a suit.
Perhaps. We'll see.
We'll see.
Lead me out then. She will sit like she expects you to lead her out.
Yeah. And he would, being mindful, he doesn't want to touch her. So he would put the chair back, and he'd kind of step back, and he would just, ladies first.
She gives you kind of a look, like an eyebrow up of like, he's done research. He knows what I can do. Interesting. Not many people know that.
And Kaden walks you to the door, and you see Lucas driving around the corner.
Well, it's been lovely, Kaden. I'll see you next time.
Likewise. Have a good evening.
You as well.
She'll give you a little wave.
Give you a nod. Then he'll kind of signal, and you'll see actually one of the two individuals that you saw was inside the whole time, and he'll kind of like come over, and Kaden will start talking to him.
It's the big, burly man that was with him in the office. A guy who has muscles upon muscles on him. A little unnerving, but you see him talk to him. And Lucas drives up, ready to pulls up next to you, Willow.
I just get in the front seat with Lucas. I feel like that's when you know, when I get in the front seat.
Okay.
That's when some shit I gotta talk to Lucas. The tea.
And you drive off and head back home. That leaves us last with Dorian. Dorian, you are still at the office after everybody dispersed. Well, actually, this is a few nights later, so everybody has dispersed doing their own thing, and you are at the office. And those papers, they sit in your drawer. You haven't looked at them yet. You haven't had the stomach, really. Though despite not having a stomach that functions, you feel that pit, that sensation that you felt in your normal life. That same feeling, it's still there, even though you don't really feel that anymore. The feeling of wanting to be sick, the feeling of wanting to let it all out.
Right. I think he's in shock a bit. Like I said, I think he knows what's in there, but he doesn't want to believe it. And I think at times he feels angry and betrayed. And, he'd probably reach to go, to pick up the phone and call her, but then think he might make it worse. And he thinks about the fact that he has been lying to her and how he felt when Willow wasn't being honest with him and how much that must hurt to find out. And I think even in a moment of rashness, he would consider using his kindred powers to change her mind. But he couldn't ever do that to her. He truly loves her, and he would never do that. And I think at some point, maybe he might lose his cool. He might thrash his slide everything off his desk. And then even though he's not that hungry, he would feel like he needs to feed. That little bit of the beast inside him, that hunger, it's not really so much that it can control him, but he doesn't care to control it. So he's going to go looking for his preferred feeding type.
Okay.
And that is corporate executives.
Perhaps somebody right in the office.
Well, actually, I was thinking he's done some research on Kaden and his company. And he would know where he'd be able to find where some of these people live. I think he would just, out of just a pure petty, it's not going to mess anything up for Kaden, but he's going to feed off of one of his executives.
You do, and easy enough, yes. You find some of the probably mid to higher management individuals, perhaps a VP that works at Bartlett and Zenith. You find their regular watering holes. You head to one of those clubs. You find them. And you feed. The beast is sated for this moment in all of your anger, but I'm curious, those feelings you were feeling earlier, Dorian, the feelings of everything going on with your wife, you're wanting to do something to try to change her mind. What is the first emotion that Dorian feels when he thinks about that moment, when he thinks about his wife?
He feels guilt.
Guilt.
He never kept anything from her before this. I mean, maybe small, little. He's not perfect, but generally, he would want to tell her everything. He would want to breach the masquerade.
As you're feeding from this person, a flood of memories comes into your mind. You toil with those thoughts. You wrestle with those thoughts. And the beast, once again, it It stirs up in you. But you are able to quell it for now, and you think on what you want to do next. You can slate a dot of hunger from feeding on this person. And where would Dorian go?
I think he would wander that park where the Garu were. The Anarch Park. I think he's too scared to go home.
Not yet ready to face this, you do take a walk through the park on a crisp evening. Not many are around. You take a quick look, maybe just in case you see any individuals that aren't supposed to be there. It's empty. But you wrestle with the thoughts. The three of you are coterie. You've had quite an eventful string of evenings. You've learned lots of things. You've gotten information, perhaps leverage. You've all made your individual moves. Or you've all struggled with your own internal contemplations on where you want to be in this society, where you want to be in this family, if you want to even be in this family. For each of you, I'm sure the thought of just leaving Chicago has maybe even passed your mind in these nights. Is all of this even worth it? But it's still something that keeps you here. Perhaps it is the thirst that you have, the never-ending thirst for blood that will never leave, the desire to learn more, the desire to know more, the desire to sate that thirst that will forever live with you until your final deaths, if that even comes. But one image certainly doesn't leave your mind. The image of Kaden Bartlett and how to deal with him. But that is something we will have to find out in our next season. However, before we end officially, I'd like to close with one last scene. A scene with Silas Sr. and Jacques. We see Jacques and Silas Sr. in an undisclosed location, heading down an elevator, deep down somewhere. While earlier in this episode, we saw the ascent up elevators to the ivory tower, to your own home, to your own offices. Now we see in reverse a descent. Jacques and Silas stand quiet for some time. Silas eventually breaks the ice. You didn't have to fucking do that whole thing with the blue pine, Jacques. You didn't fucking tell me.
Yeah.
The family's important. It comes first.
You think
You
I don't
didn't
know
even
that?
tell me. Yeah, I thought you did know it.
We were gonna come to you with the information once we had something tangible.
Yes. Well, family, right?
Yeah. That's what we do this all for, right?
Yes.
You think whoever they are knows all the stuff we're doing for them?
You know, I think about that. I don't know. Perhaps they don't even care.
I don't know. Maybe they dream about us.
If kindred can even dream.
Yeah.
I didn't want everything to end up this way, Jacques. I didn't want to lose Anna.
I know. I'm sorry.
But we just have to keep going, right? It's happened before in our family. I don't know why I think it couldn't have happened to us.
Yeah.
Well, I guess let's get this over with.
Yeah. All right.
Silas and Jacques exit an elevator that opens to a room, a small, closed room, elegantly decorated. And you see Silas step forward. And coming into view is a sarcophagus. He puts his hand on the sarcophagus. For family.
For family.
Here's to us.
I put my hand on top of his, and I put my other hand on his shoulder.
And that is where we will close our session and our season. Until next
Spicy.
year, everybody.
Spice, mate.
Until next year, everybody, Ancestral Blood will return.
What's in the box?
And we will see where our coterie is going to land next with A, this board vote, and B, how they are going to take care of Kaden Bartlett, if at all. Or maybe join forces.
With him. Oh,
You know?
something
Maybe
to-
that was an option he presented. But we will find out what happens to our coterie, to the business, and to the family as a whole next year. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying up so late with us. For those of you who stayed through the whole thing, you all are the real ones. Thank you so much to everybody in VODland. Enjoy if you made it to the end. I hope you enjoyed it. To our players, thank you so much. To our guest, Kaden Bartlett, thank you so much for playing an awesome Ventrue. And all of our players for just doing a great job playing VTM. You guys are just doing really awesome, and I'm so proud of all of the role play that has happened tonight. So I just want to shout everybody out. So yeah,
Goose.
yes.
Goo goo.
Oh, goose.
Fuck you,
Been a lot
Kaden.
of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Hey now.
And to
I
all of
brought
our
your
guests,
camera up just so I could say that.
To all of our guests, by the way, thank you all, Alexa, Adder, and Fen. Having them as guests as well has been amazing. Having just all these people play awesome
And May.
NPCs, essentially, and May, of course.
Little
And-
cameo?
yes,
Yep.
which we will absolutely see more of Val in our next season as things develop with the family. So thank you so much, everybody. Again, we have been going at it for a while, so I'm going to just close us out here. Thank you guys so much.
See you guys next year.
See you all next year.
2024.
Good night, everybody.
Goodbye.
Another good
Bye.
year. Bye.
Blood.